Hey, welcome everyone. Nice to see you all and see so many familiar faces on the line and some new faces too. I am Jen Phillips. I am Assistant Secretary for Climate Change at the California Natural Resources Agency. And as a reminder for everyone, this is the first Expert Advisory Committee meeting for AB 1757. We are really excited about our work together and this bill ahead and the implementation of this bill. To kick things off, we have three incredible state leaders to start our conversation and bring some energy to our conversation today. So without further ado, because I think we have critical mass here, I would love to introduce Secretary Wade Crowfoot of the California Natural Resources Agency to kick things off with some virtual remarks. Regrettably, Secretary Crowfoot is on the road today and it really wishes he could be here in person with all of you, but has to be down south for some meetings. So he wanted to make sure to send some virtual remarks ahead of time. So James, if you could please open up the video for Secretary Crowfoot, that would be great. While James is doing that, after we hear from Secretary Crowfoot, we will hear from Secretary Ross of the California Department of Food and Ag and Chair Randolph of the California Air Resources Board. Each of these leaders are critical, obviously, to the implementation and the success of this bill. So we are excited to hear from them and for them to really set our charge for the day ahead. James, thank you. Appreciate it.
I would very much like to be with you in person today. I'm actually kicking off a public meeting in San Luis Obispo County as you're meeting right now. But I wanted to join, first of all, to thank you for the work that you'll be doing. This is critically important work to California, and I'll say to the world, given where we're at with climate change. You know, we all know the climate crisis we face. I spend a lot of my time, and our team spends a lot of our time responding to increasing extreme weather events as a result of climate change, wildfire, flood, drought, you name it. At the same time, we know California is leading the world transitioning to a cleaner future. We have a world-leading target to reach carbon neutrality by the middle part of the century, 100% clean energy before that. Historically, or at least in the past, California has really led on technology solutions to climate change, whether that's renewable energy or battery storage or zero-emission vehicles. But we haven't done enough to really understand how nature actually helps us combat climate change and buffers us from those impacts. There's been a sea change recently where we understand the role that soils, that plants, that lands play in our climate work. And it was just a few months ago that the California Air Resources Board passed a scoping plan, essentially a roadmap to carbon neutrality, that for the first time integrates lands and vegetation into that plan to reach carbon neutrality. We know, and more importantly, you know better than I ever will, the role that soils and plants and lands play in sequestering carbon and buffering us from climate impacts. And so our state legislature and the Air Resources Board have essentially directed us collectively to establish a target for the sequestration of carbon in natural and working lands. And that's really where you come in. This is a groundbreaking task that really hasn't been done with a level of sophistication anywhere in the world. And we need the best and brightest minds to help us understand how we model to create a target and then what target we set. So your job as the expert advisory panel in coming months will be to dig in with us and to help us and inform the target that we set for this natural sequestration. Just want to say how appreciative I am for Karen, Secretary Ross, and the Department of Food and Agriculture, and Leanne Randolph leading the Air Resources Board. This is truly a partnership among our entities to bring this expert advisory group together. And once again, just want to express our appreciation. Please do spend this next several months focused with us to inform this target setting. I think this can be a major legacy that we establish in our respective careers in a way that we can help California and the world combat climate change. Thanks so much.
Great. Well, it was wonderful to hear from Secretary Crowfoot. As I mentioned, he's traveling, so the video quality wasn't perfect, but again, he really is excited for this work and hopefully can join us for future conversations. And now I'd like to pass it to Secretary Karen Ross of the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Secretary Ross, thank you again for joining us today and kicking off this conversation.
Thanks, Jen. I really appreciate our partnership with your agency. Secretary Crowfoot and I have worked together a long time. It's always a pleasure to follow Wade to the podium. And hopefully at the next meeting, there will be a podium and we can be there in person. I would really love to do that. And really, I want to take this opportunity to thank Chair Randolph and her team at CARB for the tremendous work and outreach and intellect and effort they put into our scoping plan. So congratulations to you, Chair Randolph. Really appreciate our positive and constructive working relationship. And the work's just beginning, we know that. But one of the exciting areas for me is one that I have had a vision for over a decade now. And it is really about nature-based solutions and partnering with our farmers and ranchers in particular, since I am in agriculture, to really think about solutions from the land, from those working landscapes, that it is important, the crops that we grow, the food that we produce is so much a part of creating healthy diets and healthy lives. We want to be able to continue to do that sustainably. And our hotter, drier future is a major threat, not just to our food production systems, but to food production around the globe. So literally what Secretary Crowfoot has said, the work that you are going to be doing, committee members who have day jobs, thank you so much for saying yes. A lot of thought was put into the construction of this committee to make sure it's balanced, that we have the best scientific expertise, the most practical expertise about how it works on the land, and the modeling expertise, because this hasn't been done to the precise degree that we want to be able to achieve, and being able to measure and verify what the practices are actually achieving with regard to drawing down carbon and storing it in the soils and our woody biomass. In that regard, I want to point out that I am not an expert. I'm a cheerleader for this effort. Two of our staff members, Deputy Secretary Virginia Jameson and Michael Wolf from our Office of Environmental Farming and Innovation, who is good on the modeling, will be there to provide technical information about the work we do with our healthy soils practices and our other climate smart practices. The scoping plan, thank you for listening to us, Chair Randolph. The scoping plan includes pretty ambitious targets for what we hope to be able to do. It has an ambitious target for conserving ag lands to be part of the sequestration solution. It has ambitious targets for improving and scaling up more acres that have climate smart ag practices being practiced on those lands. And it has an ambitious target for accelerating the transition to organic programs. That comes with significant investment, and we've been very fortunate to have one-time investments as well as a greenhouse gas emission reduction fund. But we know at a minimum, to achieve what we hope to be able to do, it would require a sustained investment in healthy soils program at the same record-breaking level that we just did this year, $67 million. That's not insignificant. But I also want to point out that the work that we're doing is gaining momentum in the marketplace, in the private sector, as people watch their neighbors over the fence row, we say in agriculture, deploy these practices, and the interest in our healthy soils program is way off the charts. So in that regard, we have to be very mindful that this is the year of the Farm Bill. There's going to be a lot of conversation about extreme weather events and climate smart agriculture in that Farm Bill. There's the work and the investment of $3 billion that USDA has put into commodity partnerships to really focus on measuring, so that we have a lot of momentum coming around this. And so it's really important for California to continue to play a leading role in finding those kinds of solutions. I think our plans for the future are the right plans. I'm excited to be a part of it. I want to thank you for being a part of it. We don't ask for much, just coming up with the magic ideas on how we can go back and with the great experts at CARB, finish the modeling that will give us the confidence, that will give the investment community the confidence, financial institutions the confidence, and the marketplace the confidence, so that we have a consistent way and a harmonized way of doing the measurements, that it can be verified, and that we can prove to the world that our working natural lands are indeed an important part of the solution to the climate change challenges that we face. And with that, I'm looking forward to your comments, Chair Randolph. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Ross, and that's a perfect segue. Chair Randolph, thank you for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Secretary Ross. I always love hearing you talk because it's so inspiring, and the level of energy that you bring to this work really helps all of us get going. And so super happy to be here with you this morning and to launch the Natural Working Lands Expert Advisory Committee. Really looking forward to collaborating with committee members and our colleagues from the Resources Agency and Department of Food and Agriculture to really work together towards meeting our climate targets. As Wade mentioned, CARB recently adopted the 2022 update to the scoping plan, laying out California's roadmap for cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 48% from 1990 levels by 2030, and then by 85% to reach carbon neutrality by 2045. It is the world's first large economy plan for reaching carbon neutrality and charts a pathway for deep decarbonization across all sectors. It will save Californians billions of dollars in pollution-related health costs and create 4 million new jobs as California's economy continues to grow. And although cutting emissions from fossil fuel combustion is the central focus of our climate policies, it's not enough to get us to carbon neutrality. Hard to decarbonize sectors like cement production and aviation will continue to be a source of emissions in the near term, as will legacy emissions from millions of combustion vehicles still on our roads during our transition. So we know we need to capture and sequester carbon. We know that that can be achieved through engineered pathways like direct air capture and carbon capture and sequestration. But we also know that natural pathways can achieve this for us as well. More sustainable management of natural and working lands that enhances carbon and reduces CO2 emissions with nature-based approaches. And California is the first government jurisdiction to include natural and working lands in that strategy towards carbon neutrality. And I'm so proud of Matt Botil and his amazing team at CARB for the work that they did in the scoping plan. And now the next step, we need to work together. The governor and the legislature clearly view natural and working lands as a key component of achieving carbon neutrality. And during the scoping plan process, the governor directed CARB to prioritize carbon removal with targets to remove 20 million metric tons of carbon by 2030 and 100 million metric tons by 2045. And as I mentioned earlier, natural and working lands are going to play an increasingly important role over time in those solutions. So when we adopted the scoping plan, we set a carbon target for natural and working lands that represents an ambitious objective for this sector. And achieving that target would mean reduced emissions of greenhouse gases from natural and working lands and increased resilience from our lands in the face of climate change. At the December meeting, when we adopted the scoping plan, and in the many public meetings that preceded it, many board members and stakeholders commented on the importance of climate smart land management and the need for ambitious action in this sector to support our climate objectives. So I'm really happy to be here to help kick off this first AB 1757 Advisory Committee meeting. The expertise and knowledge of everyone on this committee will help us ensure that the climate actions we undertake are relevant, efficient, and effective, and that they are coordinated across the many stakeholders in both the public and private sectors who will need to be involved in achieving California's carbon neutrality objectives. So thank you so much for your attention, and I wish you well on this journey. And I will hand things back over to Jen.
Thank you, Chair Randolph. Appreciate the three of you joining us. Again, it's really great to have your leadership and support as we think about the next steps in this really critical piece of legislation and our agenda. So appreciate you three. Again, I think we'll now move on to the next part of our meeting. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me know, James, if this is working, but I think we're good.
Yeah, it's coming through.
Okay, great. So can you still see it, James? Sorry. Okay, great. So this is just a reminder of our agenda for today. We obviously just heard our welcome remarks from our leaders across Department of Food and Ag and Resources Agency and the Air Resources Board. And next, we are going to move on to item 2, which is committee member introductions, which will also serve as a roll call of our new committee members. After that, we will hear a presentation from Deputy Secretary Amanda Hansen, filling us in on California's work on nature-based solutions to date and kind of orienting all of us. After that, we will hear from Deputy Secretary Jameson and Matt Botill of the Air Resources Board about kind of what is explicitly called for in Assembly Bill 1757. Then we will move on to item 5, where we go through some of the rules and processes and governance proposals for this committee. We will take a lunch break at that point. We're going to hopefully give you all a solid hour lunch break to re-energize, because the last item on our formal agenda is digging into what is in the scoping plan, what is the modeling that was done, as well as how are we thinking about our target setting for AB 1757. And then we will close out and adjourn the meeting for the day. As noted on the public agenda, we are reserving this time from 9 to 4, so we will likely need that full time, but we'll see. We will have public comment after items 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I will facilitate that public comment, but for those of you that are on the line as attendees, if you would like to provide a public comment, you'll need to raise your hand, which is in the reactions button in your Zoom, and that will set up a queue, and I will call people in the order of which their hands were raised. You will have to give your public comment verbally. We don't have chat enabled, so just to let you know, any items that you'd like to speak to, you will have to speak to, and I'll share reminders for each item about that. But again, we'll have public comment after items 3, 4, 5, and 6. And of course, we will have rich and substantive committee discussion after those items as well. So that is a bit about the agenda, just as a reminder. And now I will move on to committee member introductions and roll call. So I would love it if each of you that are on the line in the order on the screen could share a little bit about yourself, who you are, where you work, the types of lands that you really work on and you're an expert in, and if willing, kind of what drew you to this work and what are you excited about for this work ahead of the Expert Advisory Committee. So with that, I am going to, so I don't see people. Sorry, so I don't see people, but I'll start with Christy Brigham of the National Park Service. If you could share a little bit about yourself and introduce what you do and where you work and what you specialize in, that would be terrific.
I am the Chief of Resource Management and Science for Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks in the Southern Sierra Nevada. So my expertise is around managing natural lands. I've been here for 7 years working in mixed conifer and giant sequoia forest. Before that, I was at the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area in Southern California for 13 years. So lots of experience with coastal sage scrub and grasslands there. I'm really excited to be part of this effort and learn from the other panel members and the support staff. And this is the reason I want to be involved in this work, is because addressing climate change is so important. We've seen such major effects in California and certainly in the forests of the Southern Sierra with tree mortality and wildfires. And we need solutions from all sectors. And I also really appreciate California agriculture. Love living in California and being able to eat all the wonderful food grown here and to have all the wonderful open space that's preserved in working ranch lands. So really appreciate the opportunity to learn from everyone involved and hopefully contribute to this important effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christy. John, you're next up on my screen.
Great, thank you. I'm very excited to participate in this effort. I'm a professor at University of San Francisco, and I work on wetland issues, wetland and restoration issues, and teach classes on those sorts of issues. My focus is, in my research, has been on tidal wetlands, both salt marshes on the coast as well as brackish and tidal freshwater systems in Sassoon Bay and the Delta. And that I've worked on plant and soil issues, carbon sequestration issues, impacts of sea level rise on tidal wetlands, sedimentation issues. I've also done some modeling long ago as part of my PhD thesis. I did work on a model of tidal wetland soil and carbon development that continues to be used for tidal wetlands around the country. And I've worked on areas, most of my work recently has been in the Bay and Delta. I also worked in Southern California and on some other coastal systems in Louisiana and other places. And the Louisiana Coastal Master Plan is something that's definitely put a lot of effort into thinking about some of these similar issues for Louisiana coastal wetlands. And then for 3 years, I was on leave from USF from 2017 to 2020. I worked as the Delta lead scientist, working on issues with the Delta Science Program and the Stewardship Council, on thinking about how do we incorporate science into management of all the challenging issues in the Delta, and carbon and subsidence issues were definitely a key focus there. So that really stimulated my interest in applying science to challenging management issues. And so when this opportunity came along, I thought it was a great opportunity to make sure that wetlands are a piece of the puzzle of the natural and working lands. And I'm certainly going to be interesting, and I'm excited to work with everyone going forward.
Great. Thank you, John. Next up, we'll hear from Chelsea at Point Blue.
Thank you so much, Jen. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. So I serve as the Director of Soil Research and Conservation at Point Blue Conservation Science. We're a science-based nonprofit headquartered in Petaluma, California, so just north of San Francisco. And we focus generally on climate smart conservation. We have about 160 staff members who collectively work to build in adaptation and resilience into California's ecosystems and mitigate greenhouse gas emissions where possible. And for the past 6 years, I've helped to build our strategy around soil stewardship and conservation as part of both the solution to the climate crisis and biodiversity crises. And my background is in soil microbial ecology and biogeochemistry. I've worked in many of California's terrestrial ecosystems throughout my career, but have spent a large portion of my time at Point Blue focusing our work on rangelands in particular, and building off of foundational programs we have within the organization, such as our partner biologist program that puts Point Blue staff members into natural resource conservation service offices throughout the state. And then an associated program, we have the Rangeland Monitoring Network that monitors rangeland biodiversity and soil health on over 100 ranches statewide. And so I've been, had the pleasure of leveraging, these foundational programs to build emerging work in soils around soil stewardship. And a lot of that has taken me to think about carbon and carbon stewardship in particular And more recently leading projects focused on investigating how carbons responded to rangeland restoration practices on working ranchless over the past 30 years or so. So I'm incredibly honored and excited to be a part of this effort and to hopefully be able to incorporate the work and learnings that we've been sort of leading at Point Blue and in collaboration with many others across the state into setting these targets and discussing appropriate efforts to support them, and look forward to our work together going forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Chelsea. Nathaniel.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me, Jen?
It's pretty choppy, Nathaniel, so you might want to turn your video off.
Thanks. And it's also probably, I'm traveling right now, so I'm calling in from a coffee shop, so I'll make it quick. My name's Nathaniel. I'm a farmer. I grew up on a farm. I have we lease out and farm almonds in the southern San Joaquin Valley near Bakersfield, and we do dry farming of heritage grains in the far northeastern corner of the state in Modoc County. But I am primarily involved in climate smart farming through my work with the Rodale Institute, where that's my day job. I am on the consultant team and the manager of the Pacific region for translating Rodale's research in regenerative and organic farming into practical cultural practices for farmers up and down the West Coast, primarily in California. So my work takes me to Washington right now, but most of the time I'm up and down the state working with farmers, and I'm excited to get the farmers' voices input into the policy that relates to carbon sequestration, especially, but also any of the other natural practices that so many of our farmers have been leading the way on. I'm excited to meet everyone.
Thanks so much, Nathaniel. Matt Holmes.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I'm not too cool for school. I can't fix my camera. We'll leave it to the social scientists to run into a technical challenge on day one. So really grateful to be here. My name's Matt Holmes. And I got a background as a school teacher. I call myself a history worker. I used to have the privilege of dressing like Christy in the green and gray. I was a park ranger in the Bay Area in San Francisco and East Bay, John Muir's house, Eugene O'Neill's house, Rosie the Riveter in Port Chicago. Those were really special experiences where I got to be involved in conserving and resurrecting the stories of World War II, where we like to remember our fighting the Nazis, but we sure acted like the Nazis a lot during that war, and we had to be really frank about that history. And I'm going to be really frank about the history of California. I see a dearth of the social sciences in many of the technical policy documents that we see around here. And we're a pretty inequitable state. We have a history of white violence and white supremacy that still determines outcomes in this state. I'm proud to be a Californian. I'm also ashamed to be home to the most poverty impacted households in the country. And so while I love agriculture, I used to dress up as a farmer at Ardenwood Historic Farm. I love the stuff. And I'm from Lassen County, so I'm about as country as it gets. I also know that this is the greatest wealth creating agricultural region in all of human history here in the San Joaquin Valley, a valley that's been out of attainment with the Clean Air Act for 25 years. And so that wealth hasn't been distributed. California's invested in a whole lot of things, and I think it's about time the folks that missed out on the fossil fuel gold rush get a chance to be a part of the future of California and be a part of what's really repertory work for the history of white violence that defines this state. I'm looking forward to bringing up just transition and radical inclusion practices with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And now we'll turn it over to William Horwath. William, are you on the line?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, all. I'm William Horwath. I am the chair of the Department of Land, Air, and Water Resources at the University of California, Davis. I'm also the endowed chair in soil science, the J.G. Boswell Endowed Chair in Soil Science, and also a distinguished professor of soil biogeochemistry. I've spent my career studying soil carbon and nitrogen. I have written many chapters in books and textbooks on soil carbon. I have done everything from the experimental side to the modeling side for soil carbon. I have conducted long-term experiments in California that are, or been part of them at least, that have lasted up to 30 years, looking at the potential to sequester soil carbon amongst different practices. I do a lot of nitrogen work, particularly nitrous oxide work, looking at mechanisms and practices that invoke the emissions of, or reduce the emissions of nitrous oxide, which is an important greenhouse gas. I have worked basically on every continent of this planet, looking at different soils and different cropping systems, from China to Australia to Africa to South America. And so I hope I can bring a perspective on the potential of soils and the science behind soil carbon. And I'm very excited about being part of this effort to be sure that we hit all the bases and come up with a great grand solution. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, William. Next up, we'll hear from Laura.
Great. Hello, everyone. Good to meet you all. My name is Laura Kippers. I'm a professor at UC Berkeley. My own expertise lies in studying the impacts of climate change on natural ecosystems, primarily forests in the Western US, but also tropical forests. I have conducted field experiments, observations across landscapes, but also do a lot of modeling. And we've been developing what I would consider a fairly complex modeling framework for representing all of California's diverse ecosystems in a consistent and harmonized way, in a way that is essentially constrained by observations, to try and understand how our management approaches may intersect with climate change pressures to affect the structure, functional diversity, and carbon in these ecosystems. I am very excited to be a part of this effort. I think it's extremely important. I also know that there are a lot of opportunities for pitfalls in pursuing these kinds of ambitious policies, and have been teaching in this area of natural climate solutions a bit. So I hope I can bring both sort of my specific expertise as well as a somewhat broader perspective on the experience with natural climate solutions as they've been studied broadly so far. And I also just wanted to mention that prior to my appointment at UC Berkeley, I've spent time at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory and was part of the early group of faculty founding the University of California, Merced. And I really appreciate Matt's comments, and I do hope sincerely that we can, through our efforts, really consider a broad range of impacts and perspectives as these policies move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next up, we'll hear from Debbie.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here with you all. My name is Devi Rao. I am a livestock and natural resources advisor with the University of California Cooperative Extension. So I'm a county-based employee. I work on the Central Coast in San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz counties. And I primarily work with cattle ranchers. My job is to do research and outreach related to issues around grazing, natural resources management on rangelands, livestock health, those kinds of things. I have projects related to forage production, weed management. I'm heavy into fire these days, looking at using cattle grazing as a targeted tool to mitigate wildfire impacts, including investigating what is the influence of livestock grazing, how does that, potentially reduce fire, and then how does that potentially influence climate and public health. So I've more recently been pulled into the climate change world a little bit more through the Monterey County Climate Action Plan. Both the county and the Cattlemen's Association asked me to get involved with that planning process to kind of provide a kind of practical on the ground perspective of grazing and then how potential practices might affect ranching operations. So I sort of see my role in this as being a conduit of information between this group and between the ranchers in my community, and kind of sharing information back and forth to hopefully bring some of the practical side of recommendations that this group comes up with. And I guess I should also say there's a National Park Service thing going on here. So I used to be the range specialist at Point Reyes National Seashore for 3 years, and I have a grazing experiment. It's a prairie restoration experiment at Pinnacles National Park right now, looking at several different management tools, including cattle grazing.
Great, thank you so much. And next up is Mark Schwartz.
Yeah, hi, I'm Mark Schwartz. I'm a conservation biologist and a forest ecologist at UC Davis. I'm a professor emeritus in the Department of Environmental Science and Policy, and I'm also a co-lead of the Davis component of the Southwest Climate Adaptation Science Center, and have been involved with the USDA Climate Hub, which is also based there in Davis. And my interests, I began as a plant ecologist and was interested in forests, and been working, and most of my work with the Climate Adaptation Science Center has been looking at forest adaptation. And one of the things that I've been very concerned with recently, particularly with respect to wildfire, is what fraction of our wildfire challenge or problem really is from private land. So recent studies have shown that most damage and lives lost, buildings burned up, etc., are on private lands, obviously, but most fires start on private lands and move on to public lands. And we're making great strides in adaptation management of public lands, but it's going to be much harder to do that on private lands. When we think of private forest lands in California, we often think of a few large-ish timber operations, but in reality, the vast majority of private forest owners in the state of California own very little acreage, 10 acres or less. And that represents about half the private forest land in the state of California. And so it's very concerning to me of how we get people who often don't even think of themselves as land managers. They just own some land in the country to adapt and take up some of these issues. So I'm really interested in being here and thinking about these kinds of issues and getting private landowners on board with some sort of adaptation management. And I'm really looking forward to the outcome of this group. And I have to say, I'm not in California right now. I am in Italy. And so I will be here for part of the day, but it's late here already, and I will not be here to the end of this meeting. So that's why I will blink out at some point, but happy to be here. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark, and lucky you to be in Italy, but we'll try to capture your comments in the first part of the day. Next up is Carrie.
Thank you. I'm Carrie Steenworth. I have been serving as a soil scientist with USDA Agricultural Research Service since 2004. I have spent the majority of my time focusing on trade-offs and benefits of different practices in vineyard systems in California, and then recently have been moving into orchard systems. The topics that I work on are similar to what Will was talking about. And also, a lot of the time, we also looked at other practices or other effects of practices that the growers were interested as a link in order to start discussing greenhouse gas emissions and carbon storage. But we were trying to also work on water management and weed management at the same time, because we know those were topics of interest to them. I have also worked in the climate hubs like Mark, and I think that's one of the reasons why I'm really interested in serving on this position or on this committee. I like it when different collective visions come together, because I think we come up with better solutions, and that we're bringing everybody together from different organizations here, trying to put forward the best plan that we can. So I'm very interested in participating in that process. And also I had the pleasure and was asked to participate in the development of the modeling that underpins some of the Healthy Soils programs with colleagues at Colorado State. And so that also really piqued my interest in participating with policymakers and linking science to the questions that we have at hand. So I'm hoping I can serve in that capacity as well, and just look forward to engaging with everyone here. Thanks.
Thank you, Carrie. Next up is Melissa Ward.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, my name is Melissa. I'm the principal investigator of a small research and consulting firm called Windward Sciences, and I also maintain adjunct research faculty status at San Diego State and also University of Oxford. My background is in coastal carbon cycling, mostly seagrass meadows, salt marshes, seaweeds, so California's vegetated coastal habitats. And I do work on the long-term storage and then also a sort of suite of other nature-based solutions associated with those habitats. So looking at amelioration of ocean acidification and other ecosystem functions of those habitats. And then I guess I should say that in the last few years, I've been transitioning or continuing to work on those aspects, but also social science pieces of that work. So I work a lot in the realized management of those habitats, pretty much exclusively in California, with a little bit of work in a couple other places. But yeah, so working with oyster growers a lot, because there's a lot of interaction between the oyster farming community in California and coastal habitats, and trying to understand that the management of these habitats pretty much mandatorily must include the people who are interacting with them, which in coastal habitats can include oyster farmers, abalone farmers, other shellfish farmers. And yeah, I'm excited to work on the project. Jen and I started working together on including coastal habitats in some of this conversation in 2016 at the California Ocean Protection Council. And here we are in 2023, and we've made a whole lot of progress, but we have a whole lot more to go. So I'm excited to keep coastal habitats in the conversation along with John Calloway, it seems like, on this call. So anyway, happy to be here.
Thank you, Melissa. Next up is Lori.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Lori Wayburn. I'm the president and co-founder of the Pacific Forest Trust, and I've been involved in these issues since for several decades, both internationally and then here in the States. And our focus as an organization has always been to highlight the role of forests in climate, inclusive of, but not limited to, carbon sequestration, and a focus not dissimilarly to Rodale on how natural management practices can enhance both the carbon richness and climate resilience of forests. Our organization is possibly best known for getting forests included in in the climate space in California's initially voluntary system around carbon, and then into AB 32, and the role we played in establishing carbon offsets as part of AB 32. But our core emphasis is really about forests' climate functions. And this is one of the interesting tensions for the scoping plan, which is the interaction between carbon stocks and climate resilience. And so it's a tremendous pleasure to be part of a panel that is looking at this kind of from the ocean shore to the forest floor and passing through many an urban core on the way. California is 1/3 forest. These forests include the most productive from a biomass accumulation perspective in the world, as well as the highest diversity of hardwood forests on the West Coast of oaks. And so they're enormously varied. They have a huge role to play. the loss and degradation of forests is the second largest source of CO2 emissions globally, but it's a very significant one here when you think about the legacy of emissions from the liquidation of our old growth forests, which amounts to billions of tons of CO2 still in the atmosphere. And it's an enormous opportunity, and I was delighted to hear reference to this, for enhancing the management, particularly of our private forests as well, even though those are not the majority of forests in California, to enhance their climate resilience and carbon richness for all the benefits that forests provide, not the least of which is greater water security. So I'm very much looking forward to this. And I'm approaching it from a somewhat more practical application perspective, as we work primarily with private landowners as part of the large forest landscape.
Thank you, Lori. Last but not least, we'll hear from Marion.
Great, thank you. My name is Marion Whitman, and I'm the Executive Director of the UC Santa Barbara Natural Reserve System. And I just wanted to start by saying what an honor and a pleasure it is to be with such a distinguished group of experts here. And on behalf of the people of California and the environment of California, I'm really looking forward to the work that this committee will do and the outcomes that it'll produce. In my current capacity with the Natural Reserve System, I am part of a 41 site network that the University of California oversees and manages for the purposes of research, university level education, and public service. The University of California, through its Natural Reserve System, is one of 4 trustee agencies in the state of California. And the lands that we oversee here at UCSB are widely ranging across California, from Santa Cruz Island over into the Eastern Sierra, in the Mammoth Lakes area as well. So we really implement a lot of land management that is informed by scientific practices. We are fortunate to be the beneficiary of a lot of researchers that come through and to use that information to manage our lands in the most sustainable way possible. We're also very much interested in bringing marginalized communities into nature. And this is a gap that I think is really a solvable issue in California. And so our reserves are there for those programs so that everybody can come and really understand the health and welfare and benefits that our environment provides for us. In our lands, it's really interesting. There's just a wide range of all kinds of habitats. We have cattle at our reserves. We implement prescribed burn on the landscape. We work with all communities in the proximity of all of our reserves to really learn from and try to steward these places as possible. So the work that we'll do here in this committee will directly affect the health of the lands of the Natural Reserve System as well, which to me is very exciting. Before I came to work for the Natural Reserve System, I was involved in research, and my expertise was as a freshwater ecologist with a focus on invasive species. So I've worked in impoundments in natural lakes all over California, Nevada, the Great Lakes, down into Guatemala, in Europe as well. And there I really focused on risk assessment, the use of experts, and really trying to focus in on decreasing uncertainty in our assessments of the environment. And so I'm excited to work through some of those issues here too with that committee. As I transitioned from research to my current position with UC, I was fortunate to be able to be a AAAS fellow and serving in the 114th Congress and in support of the senator's role on the agricultural committee as well. So really got a great exposure as to how private and public landowners are managing their lands, how carbon fits into that. And so I just want to finish by saying that I'm really proud to be a part of this very forward-looking effort that I don't think is, I think it's probably cutting edge for a lot of the work that's out there too. So thank you for the time, and it's a pleasure to meet everybody here today.
Thanks, Marianne. James, if you wouldn't mind sharing the slides, since I was having some challenges. So just a reminder that you know, you heard from our 13 wonderful committee members, but they really represent every land type that is called out in some of our key policy documents in the state, particularly our natural and working lands climate smart strategy. This group also represents all the different sort of occupation categories or types that are called out in the legislation AB 1757. So we're really excited about the representation. With that said, we are recruiting for a couple tribal representatives to be part of this committee. And just this morning, we posted a tribal specific solicitation on our website for tribal perspective to be part of this committee, because that is very critical to us in this discussion. So we'll make sure to share that solicitation with the group following this meeting, but it is posted on our natural resources page, and encourage you all, both the committee members and members of the public, to share this far and wide. And we will, of course, be doing a lot of our own outreach. I'd also like to note, and again, we'll share this URL, but the bios for all of these committee members are also posted online. So if you'd like to read further, please visit our page to read more about this group of committee members. Committee members, just to be very clear, this was both the introductions, but also the roll call. So great to have all 13 members on this, participating in this first meeting. And just want to note that by participating in this first meeting, you are committing to be a member of this committee, which is up to a 2-year process. And all of that has been outlined in the solicitation, but just want to say that explicitly here. I think we are done now with this agenda item, item 2. And now I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Deputy Secretary Hansen, to talk through a little bit more on California's nature-based solutions work and agenda, and kind of get us all up to speed on the work that has been done and the role of this work in the context of our broader nature-based solutions agenda. So Amanda, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jen. And thank you everyone for joining today. As Jen mentioned, I am at the Natural Resources Agency and I serve as the Deputy Secretary for Climate Change. And a huge part of my work is helping to drive on California's nature-based climate solutions agenda. So like listening to all of your expertise and experience was just super exciting. So very grateful for you joining and being here to help us drive on that agenda. As Jen mentioned, I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes or so providing some background on what all has been going on in this space, just to provide some context for the work ahead, in case, you know, it's helpful to sort of set the scene. So next slide, please, James. I'll start with just some key background. You know, I think you've heard from a lot of the speakers today and understand deeply, given your experience, how critical lands are to delivering on California's very urgent effort to achieve carbon neutrality, to reduce climate risks, and to build climate resilience to the impacts of climate change. And so I want to give some, share some key terms and some key background, next slide, that I hope will sort of help us stay on the same page. As mentioned, California's natural and working lands, actually, I'm not sure that this is mentioned. Sorry, guys, I'm struggling here with my own Zoom. Here are some essentially basic terms that we use a lot in our natural and working lands agenda. So nature-based climate solutions, the natural and working lands sector being what nature, the sort of suite of work that we do across all of our landscapes that are driving on nature-based climate solutions, and then climate smart land management. So I just wanted to share a couple of these key terms which we use regularly and help make sure we're all sort of tracking on the same page. Next slide. Great. So California's natural and working lands represent 95% of our total land area, about 105 million acres. And we've organized them into 8 land types, which are defined by dominant land cover, which is a description of what is physically at a location. And this approach was developed by a team of scientific experts from multiple state agencies and based on national data. Importantly, it is also consistent with international carbon accounting methodologies, the California Air Resources Board, Natural and Working Lands Inventory, and California's scoping plan. And so these land types set an aligned foundation on which we can model, analyze, and measure climate action on our lands. Next slide. So because the land types are based on dominant land cover, ecosystems may be spread across a mix of these landscapes, despite their unique ecological characteristics and management needs. So for example, ocean and coastal areas contain land cover that places them within 3 of California's natural working landscapes: sparsely vegetated lands, seagrasses and seaweeds, and wetlands. Similarly, California's deserts contain a diversity of land cover, and they can be found within shrublands and chaparral, sparsely vegetated lands, croplands, and developed lands. Next slide. So I'm going to move on from that sort of background piece to share a little bit about what the state's been working on. I think it's been mentioned that, we've really effectively championed climate action across a lot of sectors in California, so energy, transportation, industrial processes. And we're really, really trying to elevate the role of natural and working lands as a key sector for our climate mitigation and adaptation agendas. Next slide. So building on the work that has been done in California for many years in this sector, we really attempted to take a quantum leap, if you will, which got kickstarted by through an executive order issued by Governor Newsom in October of 2020. He committed California to taking urgent and focused climate action in the natural working land sector, and to and to continually improve our approach over time. And since then, we've driven on several fronts to advance this vision. Next slide. So I'm going to say first, second, third, but it's really not in any particular order. So first, we delivered on the sector-specific strategy that was called for in the executive order. This is our Natural and Working Lands Climate Smart Strategy, and it was developed through significant public engagement and consultation with California Native American tribes, and it reflects and reinforces the nature-based climate solutions called for in a variety of other state plans. Next slide. Second, we integrated this strategy into our state's climate mitigation and adaptation plans to reflect our commitment to doing more work in this space. Next slide. Third, we released a roadmap for achieving our 30 by 30 goal, which is our commitment to conserving 30% of our lands and coastal waters by 2030. Next slide. Fourth, we set a carbon stock target of no more than 4% carbon stocks below 2014 levels from California's natural and working land sector by 2045, after modeling future greenhouse gas emissions sources and sinks on our lands as part of the scoping plan process for the first time, which you'll hear a lot more about later today. Next slide. I want to show this slide. I think we all know lands can be a source of emissions and they can be a sink. We'll hear more about this, as I mentioned, and how this nuance was reflected and modeled in the scoping plan for the first time. Next slide. Fifth, we passed a law that calls for a significant portfolio of actions to increase climate action on our lands. And you'll be hearing a little bit more about this legislation. So I'm just going to keep it moving for now, but there's a lot of work that is called for in that bill. Next slide. And sixth, we have invested record funding, well over $2 billion, to deliver climate action on our natural working lands. And this slide lists a handful of programs the state has invested in over the last few years. It is not comprehensive. I know it's not pretty. I'm not known for pretty slides, but I just wanted to sort of show the breadth of the investments that we have made over the last few years. And how excited we are to continue our trajectory of, investing where we know the money is needed. So with that, I think I'll hand it back over to Jen for the next item. Thank you.
Great. Yeah. So as I mentioned at the top, we have time after all of the subsequent agenda items for committee discussion and questions related to this item. So anything you'd like to raise or clarifying questions you have for Amanda and the team, this is a great time to do so. So we'll start with that. Some time focused just for the committee to raise questions and kind of share some of the initial thoughts related to this item. And then after that, we will have time for public comment. And as a reminder, for those that are members of the public, you will be able to raise your hand and we will unmute you in the order of which you've raised your hand. So let's start with hearing from our committee. Amanda just laid a really important foundation for our work. And again, where AB 1757 fits in this work. So any sort of comments, questions, reflections at this point? Great. Hands up already. Carrie, let's start with you.
Thank you so much. My initial question, after reading the modeling of the scoping plan this week from appendix, I think it's appendix I, and then also looking at all of the programs that Amanda has listed, is trying to understand, in order for us to move forward along this committee over the next 2 years, how those different programs are building the capacity. And I realize some of them are like on a year-to-year funding basis, but trying to understand what the potential ask is to continue those programs and what they'll build out and how that dovetails with the modeling that's gone on. And then also, what is kind of like, what's the upper bound, what's the lower bound of where we see those programs going so that we can better evaluate the targets. And I know that's not a small question. It's just something it would be really helpful as we move forward.
So Carrie, I just want to make sure I'm tracking the question. Are you saying, hey, it'd be really helpful for us to understand what the future budget is going to look like to consider the targets and other work of the committee?
Well, not exactly. It's more that what is the expectation of the different programs that you put out there for supporting expansion of the climate smart agricultural practices that have been modeled, or the forest practices that have been modeled to like what is their future capacity for land area, like to pull more of the existing land into that. So for me, I'm thinking, okay, cover crops and composting. What are the existing programs that are out there, and how do they dovetail into the projections that have already been put into the model? So yeah, like, does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I'll take a crack at how I might respond, and then ask perhaps Matt or Adam on the scoping plan side to weigh in. I think, and if I don't answer this to your liking, please just tell me, clarify. But a lot of these programs first have been around for quite some time, so have like committed staff and expertise and communications with stakeholders and partners on the ground. Second of all, they're all aligning around delivering on our climate goals. So I think one of the things I think a lot about is the reporting, and how this legislation actually calls on us to track and report on our progress. That's going to be that's a big lift for us, but it's something that we are committed to doing. So I'm really excited about these programs shifting into that direction. A lot of these programs, I don't know numbers off the top of my head, and because there's so many, it would be impossible to share one by one or even an average, but many of them are oversubscribed. So what we know is that there's a pipeline of work out there that could get done and needs resources. So, those are sort of my initial thoughts in response to your question, but maybe Matt or Adam, if you want to talk about sort of how that was your consideration for the scoping plan, I'll turn it over to you for that.
Yeah, hi everybody, Matt Botel with the California Air Resources Board. And first off, thank you for all of your participation, and thanks to CNRA for actually getting us going today. So from my perspective, and in the work that we did, particularly on the scoping plan, and the work that we're going to be doing here, when we look at how we can expand the climate smart strategies and grow those in the state, is somewhat free of some of the constraints of what are like specific funding programs or specific programs, what can they accomplish. Like our goal is to say, if we expand these solutions, what can they do in terms of contributing to our carbon neutrality efforts, and how can they support our climate change mitigation efforts and the other efforts that we have around the benefits that these lands provide in California. And so what we did in the scoping plan was kind of remove that constraint from existing programs and think about what are the objectives for these lands and for these actions, and then think about the considerations on how they could be expanded, what could be some impacts for expanding them. And so really, I want to get us out of the idea of thinking like, well, specific program, but more thinking about land-based objectives and setting those targets for these regions. And then the next stage of the work on the committee will be thinking through on what are some of the implementation mechanisms to make sure that these things actually happen, and then how do we track that progress over time on those implementation mechanisms to keep ourselves accountable. And so Adam will talk a little bit more later this afternoon on how we approach the scoping plan, target setting, and how we viewed it, not constrained to like a specific funding program, but more broadly on actions that we were going to take. And I think that'll be helpful too.
Okay, thank you so much. That helps me understand better the capacity building approach that you're taking. So thanks so much.
Great. Let's go to John next.
Thank you. Great. I have just a clarifying question. I saw the 95%, used a lot in terms of natural and working lands. For me, it would be easy to know what's the other 5%, because it seems like it's almost everything, but it would be great to know what is not included in that 95%. And then as a separate issue, it would be great to have all the staff members introduce yourselves, since we're going to be working together to hear just brief introductions from the staff so we get to know you as well.
That's a great idea. I'll take a crack at answering the question of like, what's with the other 5%? Basically, anything that is got a building on top of it, or if it's like mountain top rock with like ice on it, no vegetation whatsoever, that would be what the 5% consists of. We have a really, really talented guy on our team named Nate Roth, who sort of led up the work with the team of scientists I mentioned to sort of help us map out where these lands are. So if you're interested, I'm sure he'd be happy to go into a little bit more detail about that 5%, but I think I've covered the basics of what isn't included in our natural and working lands. And I love the idea of introducing staff. So maybe I can ask Adam to kick us off, and then maybe Michael, and I don't know who else is on, so Jen, I'll rely on you to do the rest.
All right, yeah, I'll start then. So yeah, I'm Adam Moreno. I'm the lead natural and working lands climate scientist for the California Air Resources Board, and I led all the science and modeling for the natural and working lands piece of the scoping plan. So you'll hear more from me this afternoon. Michael.
Hi, everyone. Seem to have some trouble with my camera, but if you can hear me, hopefully we're all right. I work at the Department of Food and Agriculture. I've been here for 4 years, serving as a bit of a staff scientist on mitigation and climate mitigation and adaptation issues. And I naturally wanted to say when Carrie came forward with her question that as we were going to say later on today, I'm going to be here along with Adam to answer questions exactly like that, and we can talk about any sort of structured way that you'd like to do that as well. Anyway, I look forward to working with all of you in over the course of this year and hopefully the next. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think we don't have any other, this is the core staff so far that you're hearing from. So you'll hear next from Matt and Virginia in the next item, but if you want to say a quick hello, Matt and Virginia, please do so.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add to that. In addition to the core staff that we have here, and at least on the CARB side, we are going to have staff that are going to be listening in on a regular basis that work on various different aspects of the Natural Working Lands work at CARB. So they're listening in. They're just not here as panelists. Adam and I will be your main points of contact on the CARB side.
Yeah, and hi, everybody. I'm Virginia Jameson. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Climate and Working Lands at the Department of Food and Ag. And yeah, we've also got a couple CDFA staff amongst the attendees listening in, and you should all consider us resources for any questions you have anytime. Thank you.
And there is actually one resources agency staff member who isn't able to join us today, but some of you might know her through previous work. Her name is Clessy Bennett, and she's done an incredible amount of work in this space, and so is here with us in spirit, I'm sure. And Kim Arbuckle is our basically the woman who gets everything accomplished on our team, and I think you probably all heard from her for a lot of logistics related work. So Kim will also be involved in our work going forward. And I think that's it, Jen.
Yeah, thanks everyone, and good point, John. Lori, I think your hand was up next.
Thank you. This is actually just kind of building on Carrie's question. Obviously, while the modeling has been done without regard necessarily to the money available, when we look at the governor's proposed budget, it would seem that natural climate solutions allocations suffered disproportionately in that, and particularly in areas where success is so dependent upon people working with the land. Having budgets that go up and then down and then yo-yo around really does not enable us to do the kind of building of the human capital and infrastructure that's needed to implement these solutions well. So I just wanted to flag that while we're not talking with regard to the constraint or presence of money, if the budget priorities don't follow the recommendations, it would be very disappointing. And so, you know, I know you're being heavily lobbied over, not you personally, but there's a great deal of effort around the budget. But the disproportionate reduction of funding that would go into these areas of natural climate solutions didn't feel like and doesn't feel like a good sign. So I know you'll be hearing more about this, and I know that's not the core here, but we can make all the recommendations in the world, and if there isn't the capital to follow it up, then we end up being another study on the shelf. So just wanted to flag that.
Well, I do have some thoughts. I just want to say a couple things. First of all, the work of the committee and also of our team is to really think about what's needed across California collectively. So I don't disagree with you that the state budget is a critical element of delivering on what's necessary, but it can't be and it won't be the only suite of resources that get invested to deliver action. Secondly, I would just say, you know, the climate budget was cut from, oh man, I'm going to mess it, 54 to 48 billion, I think. Essentially preserved 89% of what was in it. And I think we could talk offline if you want, Lori, about sort of disproportionate cuts, but the approach that was taken was sort of haircuts across the board to avoid exactly that situation of, you know, certain areas of focus getting completely cut. So it's a difficult fiscal outlook, but I think we are still leading the charge when it comes to investments in this sector. And those cuts, depending on what the fiscal outlook is in April, may not materialize. They're on what we're calling a trigger cut, which is essentially, if our economic conditions are challenging, we will make these cuts. If not, we will maintain the funds. So fingers crossed, but I'll stop there, and thanks for the point, Lori.
Great. It looks like we have one other question from Matt, or comment from Matt.
I just have a comment. I want to thank Lori for sort of naming the beast in California, which is that, you know, budgets are moral documents, and California ran into a ton of money last year and really didn't turn around to find the communities that they'd left behind for 40 years. You know, they didn't come down and fix my 1936 sidewalks. They didn't come down and address, you know, the Delta that has a toxic, you know, green science fiction monster floating around us as harmful algal blooms. There's a risk with these economy-wide plans that we rely too heavily on the modeling, and that we forget that there's a whole world of co-benefits when we invest in land and in people and all the little live things, you know, our non-human partners that make our lives sustainable here. And so I bring this up because I had the privilege of being a member of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee for the AB 32 process. I got to sit on, you know, what was sort of a facile chair for the Natural and Working Lands Committee, and then the overarching issues group around carbon capture. And so I would encourage everyone here to check out those comments from the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. There's a few people on there that are pretty darn smart. And we learned a lot from folks like Matt and Adam. But we made a recommendation that the Natural and Working Land scenario, which was new to the scoping plan, be referred to Natural Resources Agency as this bill was being written in parallel, because we felt like there was a sort of a Cartesian instrumentalist about the way, you know, the carbon cycles work and all the systems that we have out there that didn't fully capture what happens when you invest in people and in places. When you rebuild places that you left behind, like the San Joaquin and the Delta, and those people aren't 1,000 people on the road going to the Bay Area, and those people are increasing their economic resilience, and they're able to drive away from a wildfire. There's wild savings and there's wild benefits from investing in our people. And so I would just encourage everybody to continue to remember that we can be just as brave with investing in people as we are in investing in unproven engineered solutions. Love to read people in on that process. It was enlightening.
Thanks, Matt. I don't see any other hands up. Carrie, we'll take one last comment from you, and then I think we'll move on to public comment.
Thank you. This comment is just for maybe for the committee to receive future guidance on to take into account the comment that Matt just made, that for us to receive guidance or to discuss opportunities for scenarios that build in the issues that he just brought up, so that we can meet the mission or the missives that have been in the in AB 1757, but for us to understand what are the opportunities to include those thoughts into the models that or the scenarios that we're looking. That would be helpful, I think, to me as we move forward over the next 2 years.
Thanks, Carrie. Noted. And I will say we're taking notes and we're recording this, so appreciate all of that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I do see a comment from Nathaniel. So let's take your comments, Nathaniel, and then we'll switch to public comment.
Thanks, Jen. Just a quick question. And if this is already addressed, I apologize for my bad connection, but I did appreciate the interest in adding some tribal representation to this committee. And I'm wondering if there's also some mandate to include some more diversity or a better representation of the faith demographics in the Hispanic community. I didn't see a lot of that kind of at present.
Yeah, that's a great point, Nathaniel. Thanks for raising that. We did have this solicitation open for several weeks, and that was a key part of our process as well. But I will say these comments again are, being recorded, and we'll have some time to sort of think about that as next steps and things like that. So I think our top and next priority is obviously the tribal representation for this committee, and we will see where we go from there. I don't know if any of my colleagues want to add anything else. Okay, so now we will switch to public comment. We have several minutes to hear from, about 10 minutes to hear from members of the public. again, just specific to the item that Amanda just spoke to, which is California's nature-based solutions agenda. We will have public comment on every item going forward. So please keep your comments succinct and brief so we can make time for everyone. And let's see who we have up first. I think Susie, you are first on my list. Susie, I think I allowed you to talk, so you should be able to make a comment now.
Thanks, Jen. My name's Susie Boyd. I'm Public Policy Coordinator with Mojave Desert Land Trust. I would like to point out that a significant ecosystem within the state is missing for representation on this panel. Lori, you mentioned that forests make up 1/3 of the state. I'd like to point out that our desert ecosystem also makes up about 1/3 of the state. Our ecosystem stores carbon primarily underground in caliche and the soil layer. And so the process is different. And I would like to suggest that because of our unique processes that we do require representation on the panel. You also mentioned there's a broad representation of occupations, and as Nathaniel pointed out, there is a gap in diversity on the panel. Good work on getting the occupations represented, but we also want to see all of our ecosystems represented, and I think that there is a flaw there. And I also want to point out that glad to see the advisory committee is recruiting for tribal representation. And this is also a good opportunity to get some desert representation within the panel as well. I also want to note that the California Desert region represents almost half of the state's population. So this is a very meaningful ecosystem and environment that needs to be represented within this panel. And we look forward to sharing our expertise on this panel and setting up a meeting or whatever is required to make that happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susie. Next up is Karen. Karen, you should be able to speak.
Okay. Hello, my name is Karen Mackey. I live just south of San Francisco. I'm a resident. And I have two concerns. One is I'm concerned about kind of trying to compare modeling to measurement of the accuracy of it, because it seems like modeling may be accurate, it may not be accurate. And if we're making big decisions on it, we need to know how accurately the model represents reality. My other question is whether there will be a way for individual landowners to know how much they are contributing to greenhouse gases, so that we will know where, you know, where success is happening and where it's not. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate the comment. Michelle, you're up next.
Okay. Oh, now I just saw sorry, now hopefully now you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. And it's Michelle Passero with the Nature Conservancy, and I'm really happy to see this committee kick off and undertake this important effort. It's been you know, a work in progress over the past couple decades, and so I'm glad we're at this point. You may get to this afternoon. I think it's relevant to what Amanda mentioned just a little while ago. And assuming that part of the charge of this committee will be to inform the climate goal that is set for natural and working lands, I just want to say that I think it's really important upfront to define what we mean by an emission reduction for natural and working lands. And as part of the terms, so that is mutually understood and avoids confusion. And it could be relative to zero and also relative to a business as usual projection. I think both are really important for estimating carbon neutrality, but also I think when we talk about relative to a business as usual baseline, it's important for prioritization of interventions and also informs how we monitor progress over time. So I just want to highlight that, and then also would love to just echo and support the comments that were made by both Lori and Matt with respect to the budget. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. Chuck, you are up next.
Good morning. My name is Chuck Mills. I'm with Tree People, urban forestry-based nonprofit in Los Angeles, and I want to echo all of Michelle's comments and also really commend the public agencies that were responsible for establishing this expert advisory committee in a fairly quick fashion. And I know, as Amanda said, these agencies are charged with a lot of work in 1757, and this is an important first step. And I also wanted to uplift the comments from Lori and Matt regarding the disconnect between the plan, the scoping plan, and of course the proposed budget. So thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. I don't see any other comments from the public, so appreciate those comments. Just do want to acknowledge the comments around committee membership and gaps, and we really are taking those to heart. So we will have more to say and share, but appreciate those comments and those flags on potential gaps in the committee membership. With that, we will now be moving on to item 4. And I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Matt, at the Air Resources Board to kick us off for this item.
Hi, everybody. And first off, let me just say I appreciate some of the comments on looking at both kind of how we set targets, what we're essentially modeling off of from a business as usual or from some other baseline, and then also the comments about measurements and how those may compare to our actual modeling outcomes. I think those are all spot on. These are the types of questions that we had to grapple with as we talked through setting the target in the scoping plan. And these are the types of questions that we're going to evaluate here together as a group as part of the AB 1757 advisory committee. And so I'm glad to hear that they're coming up already because I think they're important ones. So just real briefly, what are the main elements of AB 1757? Really what makes me excited about this piece of legislation is that it codifies something that I think has been needed and very important for the sector for some time now, and that is creating a framework for the state of California to set quantitative targets to work towards, creating the mechanisms for tracking progress towards those targets, and then creating the mechanisms for being transparent and reporting on our progress towards those targets to the public, and then folding that all into the state's broader climate strategy, both the scoping plan and now for the land sector, the climate smart strategy. And so, what I see as one of the really great things about AB 1757 that I'm excited to work on with all of you is that we are now going to create this kind of accountability framework, and we're going to use it to really push forward on these climate smart strategies. And then we're going to take the input from the advisory committee to make sure that we're setting these targets, we're identifying the implementation mechanism, identifying the tracking mechanisms in a really scientifically robust way, in a way that works for our tribes and our communities in California and the practitioners who are actually out on the ground doing this work. And so I'm really thrilled to be able to work with you all on this. We're going to get into more, and we're going to kind of start on this target setting discussion and bring Adam in here a little bit to talk about the work that we did as part of the scoping plan. And the reason we're starting here, one, we just adopted the scoping plan, so we think it's timely to be able to kind of bring everybody up to speed on this. But two, this is the first, from a timeline perspective, charge of AB 1757 is to look at these implementation targets and set them, with this committee by the end of this year. And so we really have to hit the ground running to be able to do this work. By way of just a little bit of additional context before I hand it over to Virginia, I did want to say kind of what CARB's role here is in this space. And so we have essentially, three responsibilities. First, we're responsible for developing the state's climate strategy through the scoping plan work, and we have to do that every 5 years. By statute, the scoping plan it needs to be updated every 5 years. So the next one is due in 2027. The second thing that we're doing in this space is developing the methods and the identifying the data needs for tracking carbon and greenhouse gas emissions from natural and working lands over time. And so right now we have a natural working lands ecosystem carbon inventory that we use to track carbon stock changes over time. And we're going to be building that out and looking at other ways to track not just carbon stocks, but greenhouse gas emissions on lands over time so that we can assess our progress towards the scoping plan. And we're going to be doing that in close coordination with CNRA and CDFA. And then finally, as part of this responsibilities under AB 1757, CARB is going to be working with CNRA and CDFA on the broad methods for data collection so that we are creating a system of data that's coming into the state to be able to track progress over time. So those are CARB's main responsibilities under 1757. We also kind of in a related way are, supporting and helping to deliver on climate solutions in the natural working land space. And so we have various programs that we support that help advance some of the climate smart strategies as well. And with that, I think I'm going to hand it over to Virginia Jameson, and she's going to talk a little bit more about CDFA and the role that CDFA plays here.
Cool. Thank you, Matt. Really appreciate that. So yes, CDFA is named in 1757, and we've got a role, as Matt just said, working with our sister agencies to develop methods for tracking greenhouse gas emissions, sharing the data back and forth between, with each other, providing, like I see our role is also providing feedback on what's possible and feasible and practicable on farms and ranches and helping develop targets. So we plan to be here, Michael and I, for the duration, and just really appreciate the chance to participate and show all that we can do on our farms and ranches in California. I did also want to drill into the specific activities of the committee. And so for that, again, as you've heard a couple times this morning, the committee will work to determine an ambitious range of targets for natural carbon sequestration, nature-based solutions that reduce greenhouse gas emissions for 2030, 2038, and 2045 to support the state goals of achieving carbon neutrality. And those targets will be integrated into the scoping plan. The bill goes on to say that the committee will inform and review modeling and analysis for natural and working lands, that it will advise state agencies on implementation strategies and standardized accounting. I think Matt mentioned that already, and provide recommendations on addressing barriers to efficient implementations. And then finally, the committee is charged with helping us review and update the natural and working lands climate smart strategy to achieve these targets. And we will be working to update that strategy with, descriptions of actions and projects that have been undertaken or that could be undertaken, progress on emissions reductions, carbon sequestration and co-benefits, and benefits to low-income communities, socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers, and Native American tribes. So I think you do have quite a task ahead of you, but we're here to help you and support you. And you can, again, call us anytime. And I'll turn it back to you, Jen.
Thank you, Virginia. So, and Matt. So as it goes, we will again have some opportunity for committee discussion and questions, anything about what Matt described about sort of the big picture of AB 1757, and then what Virginia dug into on more specifically the role of the expert advisory committee in 1757. So again, committee members, any comments, questions, reflections at this point are welcome. Same thing, you can raise your hand. And we have, again, about 10 to 15 minutes for this. Mark, go for it.
Yeah, so I'm very curious to see where we go with this notion of broad methods for tracking. One of the things that we did a few years back was to look at what kind of landowners were participating in the forest carbon program that exists in the state of California. And there are almost no landowners that own less than, say, 1,000 acres that participate. And if you look at the private landowners, the private forest landowners of California, almost nobody owns more than 40 acres of land. So what you end up with is a very small subset of wildlands landowners that could participate because of the cost of accounting for the carbon that is accrued in a forest. And so the challenge that we have, I think, in making programs that work for private working lands is making them work for private working lands who don't own thousands of acres, and as a consequence, won't be accruing a huge amount of carbon, but in aggregate, they do accrue a huge amount of carbon. And so I'm concerned that I'd like this to benchmark and think about how, or is it possible to create a set of rules that do a fair amount of tracking, but that don't set the bar so high that small landowners can't participate? Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. I'm going to jump in here just really quickly and say, I really appreciate your comments, and a couple of things that come to mind. So, first off, one of the things that we're charged with is identifying statewide how can lands across the 8 different land types that Amanda had laid out earlier support us in meeting our carbon neutrality goals, as well as other goals that we set for those lands through the climate smart strategy. And so we have the responsibility to identify these mechanisms, look at kind of like the statewide level across all landscapes, like how are we doing? But I think your comments are spot on, because there's also that, and this kind of goes back to what Matt Holmes was raising earlier. Sometimes when you look at it statewide, you may be missing like a narrative or something else that's actually happening at a kind of a micro level. And so one of the things that I'll be interested in hearing on input from the committee would be, the types of data that may exist and how we could use information on like private land ownership participation in some of our programs as indicators of whether the statewide objectives are also meeting other objectives that we might have for support for, whether it's tribes or private landowners or in certain communities, and what kind of data can CNRA and others and CARB look at and collect and disseminate publicly that also tell that story about what's actually happening on the ground, as we're also tracking at this 50,000 foot statewide level towards these broader objectives. So I think that's a great piece of advice and input, and look forward to working with you all and kind of identifying some of those data sources and how we should put that information out publicly as part of the transparency on tracking progress.
Lori?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the question, because one of the things that it highlights is that carbon offsets are not the primary answer we should be looking to drive the change in how we manage our natural and working lands, to have them be more carbon rich and climate resilient, both. Offsets are it's a buyer to, seller to buyer, business to business opportunity to help bring down emissions from sectors that can't bring it down as quickly as they need to, and they must do over time. It is not the tool to drive the change we need. So this panel has a lot of opportunity to talk about, and they are listed actually. I think that the scoping plan has done some good work on this, and I think that Amanda's work and her team's work around the larger strategy, there are many options other than offsets. And so I would urge us to seize this opportunity to really look at that and highlight that, and not rely on, if you will, the tail that often wags the dog in the conversation. Much as we're proud of the role that my organization has played in the offset arena, it is not the core answer here. And so I'm really looking forward to this conversation.
Thanks, Lori. Debbie?
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to, I think it's a little bit of a follow-up to what Lori was saying, but I really appreciate that in the kind of list of committee tasks, one of the items is that we would provide recommendations on addressing barriers to efficient implementation of some of these strategies. I think that's really critical. I think if anything is going to be successful, we need to come up with strategies, with targets and strategies to meet those targets that are practical, economically viable in terms of time for the farmer or rancher or anyone else to be able to actually implement that, and then kind of like incentivizing those. So I think that's a really critical component of what this committee will also be doing, is really thinking about what's practical, what's achievable. And so I appreciate that that was written into the bill.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions about the bill language or your role as articulated in the bill? Okay, seeing none, we'll go. Oh, Carrie, hi, go for it.
So since since I'm a representative or work with the federal agency, ARS, we've been putting together efforts on tracking and documentation within our agency. Thinking about that, how is the bill structured, or what is the viewpoint of CARB on collaboration or partnerships with other entities that are supporting a similar effort? Or will this capacity be needed to occur like within state in order to facilitate the capacity of the state to respond to, our in-house, our in-state issues? Like so I'm just thinking about how we could build out capacity also on this committee in the future, looking at ways to address the accounting and tracking and implementation components, the accountability part that Matt was talking about.
Yeah, it's probably a good time for me to just mention that, I'm not advocating for anything specific here, but we do need positions as part of this work. And so Amanda and I and Virginia, we collaborated on a joint agency budget change proposal that is out now as part of the Jan Budge package to help. And part of that would be to establish some additional staffing to support the long-term accounting, at least on CARB side. CNRA's got and CDFA have other requests in for their portions of the bill. But the bottom line is, to Carrie, to your point, absolutely collaborating on federal data sources and local data sources, and to the extent that that exists, and being able to identify it as part of the committee, and then bringing in some of those staff if we're actually successful in the budget process to this process, and creating those methods that rely on existing data sources. That's completely part of the vision. So.
Thanks, Matt and Carrie. Any other comments from our committee members? Okay, let's move to public comments. So same drill as last time. Any members of the public, please raise your hand if you would like to provide any comments related to item 4 specifically, and we'll unmute you. Tori, you're up first.
Thanks, Jen. And just want to make a few comments, and really excited to see the EAC pulled together. It's really a monumental achievement in this process of developing a natural working lands plan. And I'm excited about the conversations that are coming. Just a few things that were mentioned. I guess from our perspective, this question of target setting is kind of built upon actually what can be implemented and achievable. So the real pertinent question here is what can be achieved at scale. And I just hope there's going to be some opportunity, because I feel like the EAC is definitely comprised of folks that have connection on the ground to what's achievable. And maybe more importantly, what are the opportunities to enhance what's achievable on the ground, and also the barriers that need to be removed. And we have a very rich community of implementers that can be engaged there. So I'm hoping there's going to be some opportunity in the EAC to facilitate that information exchange. I think there's rich data and information happening at the local level that can form issues of what's needed to scale. And some of that work is ongoing. And similarly on the tracking, as an organization that's been, I feel like, really taking responsibility for tracking and bringing information and good applied research to at least the agricultural lands, not to forget this infrastructure that exists, at least in the ag sector, technical assistance and infrastructure, and ongoing conservation planning, working with private landowners. I think there's actually, again, a rich community of folks that have been thinking about tracking and data connected to, but also sometimes independent of the federal and state programs they work on. But just in sort of inviting the EAC to consider opportunities to bring those voices into the process, because I think it'll be important that that information and data actually inform what the state is putting together. Thanks so much.
Thanks for those comments, Tori. Michelle, you are up next.
Great, thank you. This kind of builds on my comments earlier. I want to provide just a couple of thoughts, and based on what Matt had just shown, I think it would be really helpful to also look at international precedent. There's a huge body of work out there, just in terms of goal setting, accounting, monitoring, how you do baselines. When we look at tropical forest jurisdictions, and much of that, has come into the conversation through offsets, but but all that accounting framework and goal setting really can stand alone. And so I think it'd be great. One suggestion is maybe at least have somebody who's been involved in that work from just an accounting perspective to come in and share that perspective and information, because there could be a lot of lessons learned around that could be helpful for California. And then the other thought I have is just when we look at natural working lands, I think sometimes we tend to kind of look at it in a vacuum. And it'd be really helpful to see how other sectors, whether that's transportation or power, how we've approached those, just so we don't kind of create, I feel like sometimes we treat the natural working lands sector differently and almost to its disadvantage. And so anyway, so it'd be nice to also look at how we treat other sectors as well, so that we're, thinking about it in a consistent way.
Thank you, Michelle. I don't see any other public comment. So just to quickly speak to some themes across both of those comments, later in the day, we're definitely going to be soliciting input from the committee and other attendees about what other sort of speakers' perspectives we want to bring to this committee so that we are well versed for tackling the problems or the challenges outlined in the bill. So please keep those ideas and present those again later in the day. But I'm definitely hearing the perspective about kind of looking to what's happening on the ground and at the local level as well as internationally. So really value those thoughts, and I do want to channel some of our speakers at the very top of this. I think it was both Chair Randolph and Secretary Ross that said this work is really kind of on the edge and cutting edge in what it's trying to do. So I think we want to make sure it's not in a vacuum and really work with other communities and perspectives and bring that into these committee discussions too. So thanks for those comments. Any other public comment before we move on? Okay, I'm seeing none, but again, there will be more opportunities for public comment. So we're going to take a break because I know we've already been at this for a couple hours. I would like for us to resume right at 11 a.m., so about an 8-minute break. Please feel free to go off video, do what you need, and we'll reconvene the conversation at 11 a.m. with item 5. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from break. See people tuning back in with their videos. So I'll give people just a second and then we will kick off our next item. Great. So the next item is item 5, which is all about committee rules and processes and governance. And this is our last item before a longer lunch break, but we will hear from first my colleague, Heather Leslie at the Resources Agency, who is going to walk us through Bagley-Keene and some other things that are obviously really important when we have public meetings. So Heather, I will turn it over to you to kick off this item, and I think you're able to share your screen, correct?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Heather Leslie. I'm Assistant General Counsel at the Natural Resources Agency, and I'm just going to talk to you very briefly about the Bagley-Keene requirements. You've already seen them in action here today with the public comment periods and things like that, but there are just a few particulars that I want to go over. So I'm going to share my screen and just talk through a few things. So there we go. The purpose of Bagley-Keene is that when the commission sits or the committee sits down to develop its consensus, there needs to be a seat at the table reserved for the public. And so the real core pillars of this are open deliberation, open action, and public participation. And that's been exemplified here today through your public comments, the opportunity for the public to be involved, and the close following of the agenda that we've done. So we will continue to do that for all of the meetings going forward, and that will enable the decision makers and committee members to hear from the public, and also for the public to see what deliberations are going on the committee. So that's an important piece. And relatedly, you get into the issue of what is a meeting. And this is certainly a meeting, but there are also other circumstances that constitute a meeting that you need to be aware of. So a meeting occurs anytime a majority of this body convenes, either serially, which we'll talk about, or all together, to talk about the issues under your jurisdiction as a committee. So this is even if you're just gathering information. So if you were, for example, sitting and listening to members of the public, but not deciding on anything or making any recommendations, that could still be a meeting. Even if it was informal, say a majority of you are at a social gathering, if you were talking about issues under the body's jurisdiction, that would be a meeting. Even if you're not all in the same room and not all talking directly at once, but as a result of serial communications, you reach a majority. So I think of like playing the game of telephone. If enough of you tell each other the same thing, you basically result in a meeting of the majority, right? So playing telephone and that kind of thing can get you into trouble. And as a result, we really caution you to be careful about discussing the body's items under the body's jurisdiction by email, phone, text, etc. with committee members. So an email to all of you would, for example, in which you all were talking to each other. So not if a member of the public sends you all an email, but if you were to respond to that email and talk to each other, that would be a concern under Bagley-Keene because that would be a meeting. A phone call. So if a majority of you get on a conference call to talk about these things, text messages, things like that. So when you see emails from CNRA and CARB and others, you'll notice that we try not to CC you all, and we ask that you not reply all to those. You often won't have the chance to, but we don't want a situation where you're all communicating via email because, you know, you have questions that weren't necessarily meant for the whole group, but by reply all or something like that, you ended up creating a situation in which a majority of you were speaking together. So it's important to be aware of this, to try to think about your actions. And I see there's perhaps a question. So Matt, I'm going to go ahead and give you a chance to ask it now.
Yeah, I'll just be really quick about this. The Bagley-Keene kind of headache is how California plays hide the ball with a lot of public advisory groups. And our process on the CARB scoping plan was really frustrating because we couldn't get into dialogue with the governing board members who were the people that were voting on the plan. And I understand why Bagley-Keene was passed. It was passed to control interest groups. But I don't see an interest group here. I see a group of technical experts, and I represent a community that has not been provided equal protection under the law by the state of California. So just so that you know, working through all of your legal departments in multiple agencies about recognizing that environmental justice communities are not an interest group. They're people that California has failed. When we died 10 years earlier, I'm not here trying to get a head start. I'm trying to live as long as the rest of you. And so this is going to continue to be an issue as we talk about priorities in the scoping plan. And hopefully we can get some dialogue with your legal staff, and ultimately this will be an attorney general's issue because I don't work for WISPA. I tear kids' backpacks open looking for their asthma inhaler. And so this is going to be an issue throughout the rest of this planning process, and it certainly was through the scoping plan. So just for our friends that haven't served on a committee before, a lot of the state's lawyers came from a sector where they were supposed to be controlled by Bagley-Keene, and they continue to read it that way here. So hoping to get some movement on that, or at least highlight the issue that us talking together is not something we benefit from, which is the, untoward influence that Bagley-Keene was supposed to control for. So soapbox off. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I think, it's important to keep these in mind. And if you run into specific problems where you feel like Bagley-Keene is hampering your ability to discuss, let's certainly bring those to CNRA and we can talk through what our options are. So this is sort of the intent of Bagley-Keene. It's that we don't get into situations where we have decisions being made that aren't open to the public. So for example, this is like an email thread and a birthday party, a gathering where you've talked about things, but not in a public way, and then come together in a public meeting and just say, yeah, remember what we talked about last time. So we're just trying to avoid that situation. One of the ways that we do that is through an agenda and providing notice. So we've done that here today. We're following that agenda. There's an opportunity for the public to comment on all the substantive portions of that agenda. And two important key things about sort of the agenda and how that works are, if it's not in the agenda, it can't be discussed at the meeting. And then anything that all of you get as a document to support your information on making decisions for this committee and things like that, that's going to become public. So when something is shared with all of you, it's like a meeting, right? We talked about how emails can be meetings. And so when there's a document like that, we will be posting it online, and CNRA side will handle making sure that those documents become public. You don't need to worry yourself about that, but just know that that's what's going to happen with those documents. So with that, I will just turn it over to any other questions about Bagley-Keene and the requirements. Okay, I don't see any. So Jen, I'm happy to turn it back to you.
Great. Oh, I think there is a question from Mark.
Oh,
Heather.
Yes. Hi, Mark. And then Chelsea.
Yeah. So this might be less about Bagley-Keene and more just about state protocols, but one of the things that Jen mentioned was that there's a call specifically to try and get tribal representation on the committee. And it's been my experience that if we want tribal representation, really reaching out to them and asking individuals is helpful. And I know that there might be issues with that associated with this committee. But I work with some folks relatively closely who work with tribal people all the time on natural, returning lands to indigenous management. To what extent can we reach out to individuals to ask them if they're interested, and who can reach out to them?
Sure, I don't have legal concerns. Amanda, you're shaking your head. Do you?
I was actually nodding, saying, "Oh, good question."
Okay, no worries. Great. Yeah, so we can reach out to folks. Again, we want to avoid the situation where it's like a majority of you reaching out through communications, but it's certainly fine to tell people, you're on this committee, it's looking for more members, things like that. That's completely appropriate. Great. Thanks, Mark. Chelsea.
Hi, Heather. Thank you so much for the information. I had two questions. One is to just clarify the third point you presented on the last slide. So is that if, we're talking and somebody refers to, oh, well, this paper exists or this monitoring framework exists or whatever it may be, then does that automatically then require it publicly being shared on the website, or is it if we share it with all members? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the latter. So just like orally referencing a document, if you're not sharing it with the committee, that doesn't become public. But when you share it, so if you're saying, hey, committee, I'd like you all to take a look at this document, I'm sending it to Jen so that she can share it with all of you, that document would then be posted online.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then my other question is when we had initially gotten the invitation email, there was a line in there about filling out like a public disclosure of, I don't know if it's like our financial something about finances, and I was just trying to look for it. I couldn't find it, but is that related to this? And are we going to have clarification on that as well at some point?
Yeah, that is called a Form 700 document, and I had planned on discussing it, but we're going to take a second look at that and see what exactly we're going to be asking you to fill out, if anything. So I'm unfortunately not going to go into further information about it right now because we're just trying to nail a few things down. But you will get plenty of information about what it is and how to fill it out if we decide that we need to go that route.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Oh, yes, Carrie.
Thank you. How does this act affect our subcommittee discussions if we have those? So there's expertise on this committee that might be within certain sectors. Maybe we need to discuss, with members of CARB, the particular modeling that went on for that sector. How do we manage that underneath this context?
Yeah, so you can develop official subcommittees and you will have similar requirements under Bagley-Keene. So if you have a quorum of those, it'll depend on the number of subcommittee members. So there can be some exemptions if you have like just two people talking and things like that. But you should generally think about the Bagley-Keene requirements continuing throughout, regardless of which subset you're talking amongst, and the key issue being a quorum of that group.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any further questions? Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Heather. I do see a comment from members of the public, and we'll have public comment at the end of this whole item. I'm just going to say a couple more things and then we'll dig in. Okay, so Heather gave you a great overview of those sort of processes and legal components of this committee. I just want to say a couple things that I think we have said before in the solicitation and as we were talking about this committee, but we will be having about 4 to 8 meetings a year, and this committee will be together over a 2-year duration. When we do convene the committee, we're really aiming for no more than a full day for each meeting. We recognize that today's meeting is quite long, so we'll try to not have like these crazy long days, just because we do know this is another thing you all are doing in addition to your big careers and roles. There will be a stipend, and once meetings are in person, there will be travel reimbursement. So this will cover lodging, food, and travel to the meetings. These meetings will be likely in Sacramento unless noticed otherwise. And again, meetings will hopefully start being in person starting later this summer after July 1st. Again, if you have any questions on these pieces, let's save it for the end and we're happy to address that. Next slide, please. Oh, and I just wanted to say, sorry, go back to the other slide. Thanks, James. So on the stipend and the travel reimbursement, you will be hearing directly from the California Air Resources Board on this. So you'll be getting contacted at some point from a staff person at California Air Resources Board about stipend. And then again, when meetings are in person, travel reimbursement and things along those lines. So be on the lookout for that. Next slide, please. So now we wanted to talk a little bit about committee governance, and this is where, again, we'll want a lot of input and thoughts from you all in the discussion portion of this item. But the way we're thinking about committee governance at this point is that ideally we have a chair or co-chairs. So one or a couple of you all committee members could serve as a chair or co-chairs for this committee. And then, of course, we will have our at this point, 13 committee members, but that number could very well grow. That is the committee. But the benefit of having a chair or co-chairs would be that could be a kind of liaison for state staff and committee members, and could really help us do some work in between meetings as far as setting agendas or responding to committee questions or things like that. We'll get into the role of the chair or co-chair shortly. The other sort of kind of aspects of the governance piece here that I wanted to mention is we have, as we mentioned at the top, we have a lot of different state agency representatives that are often listening in and sort of tracking this committee because it touches so many different land types and activities across the state. These state folks are often going to be in listening mode because this committee is really going to be driven by you all. And we really want you all to kind of lead the discussion for this committee and kind of thinking about where are we going next. But often I know that we are going to be calling upon our state colleagues to perhaps give a presentation about some related work or plans that they're releasing, or help facilitate a discussion or chime in on some questions that our committee members have answered. So more and more in future meetings, you'll see a lot of different state agency representatives that are sort of tuning in and tracking this overarching conversation to make sure that it, plugs into the right sort of state efforts that are already underway. Of course, we'll also, and this is something we talked about right before the break, we really want to make space in sort of our structure of this committee to have guest speakers. So people within California and people with really on the ground expertise, but also maybe people that, have international viewpoints or national viewpoints to some comments made earlier. And of course, as Heather mentioned, all of these meetings are open to the public, and we are excited to have even more participation from the public. So we're always going to have public comment periods after every sort of substantive agenda item, and really welcome that dialogue and space to get more input about how best to go about this work. I just want to say that there is so much that's happening in the state, and so many different sort of state initiatives and entities that are doing really important and related work. And we recognize that we're going to need to closely coordinate with them and bring them into this conversation at the right time. So again, we'll have some space to talk about that at the end with the committee about sort of what else do you want to hear about from what's happening across the state landscape. So we make sure we have the right state speakers engaged in these conversations and ready to share what they're doing and how it may tie into this work of AB 1757. So that's a little bit of framing of our committee governance. We could go to the next slide, James. So again, this is where I really hope that we can have a pretty rich discussion after this. But as a team here, the team you met earlier today, we've been thinking a lot about the utility or the role of a chair for this committee. And as I mentioned, this is a really important role for being sort of a conduit or a liaison between the committee, so all of you members, but also the different state agency representatives. This chair or co-chairs is really going to be critical for kind of making sure that the state team is setting agendas in a way that is really moving the ball forward and is really being responsive to the committee discussions and feedback heard at the previous meeting. So, the role of the chair is, of course, to work really closely with us state folks to make sure that we are hearing you all and we are reflecting that in how we set agendas and how we shape the next conversations. The chair is really important to also sort of highlight what is the additional information that's needed for the committee to really be able to provide the right sort of guidance and the nuanced guidance that's called for in AB 1757. So these are kind of a couple different things we're thinking about for the chair, but the last two bullets I want to call out is, as you see here today, I'm doing a lot of the facilitating and making sure we're keeping on track. But the chair also would potentially play an important role in sort of facilitating the meetings and keeping the charge of the committee really front and center. A chair is often really critical in sort of facilitating different actions or votes taken by the committee. So we wanted to sort of lay this out because this is an open question for all of us. Obviously, we're without a chair at this moment, but there's a lot of, I think, value in having a chair to serve many of these functions, which of course, some could be more or less, and maybe I haven't captured all of them, but I'd love to talk a little bit with you all about what it might look like to have a chair or a co-chair, any initial thinking from you all on sort of that proposed structure. And James, if you could go to the next slide. So ideally, and again, we're sort of exploring this now, but ideally we would, we're not asking you all to think about nominating a chair today or selecting a chair today, because we know you all need to kind of digest all of the different information and the role of this committee before thinking about who would be the right chair or co-chairs for this committee. But we are exploring having a chair nomination and selection at the start of the next meeting. So being able to do some work and thinking between this meeting and the next meeting about who might be the chair for this committee if we did want to go that direction. The other thing we're really thinking a lot about right now is the need for sort of a draft charter for this committee, because again, as we heard from Matt and Virginia, there's so much that's laid out in AB 1757, and there's a lot that we're kind of thinking about for the year ahead and the next 2 years. So we really see the value in, at least on the state side, taking a first cut at what a charter could look like for this committee, and then having the committee put sort of the final touches on it and react to some of that thinking. So I wanted to put those two pieces out there, and mainly I wanted to use this space for the next 20-30 minutes. We have a good amount of time before lunch to really hear from you all about your thoughts on sort of governance structure for this committee, your thoughts on the role of a chair, and different options for, chair structure, whether it's a single chair, two chairs, a rotating chair. There's many different ways to spin this, but what we are presenting or recommending is that this committee be chaired by one of you, because we really do want the committee to lead and drive the conversation, and we want to be sort of in active listening mode, and also providing you the state context and resources so that you can provide the recommendations as prescribed in AB 1757. So these are some initial thoughts. We have some space now if there's any other clarifying questions from Heather's presentation on Bagley-Keene or anything else she laid out. But more importantly, I think we'd love to use this space to explore the role of the chair and some of the governance structure pieces around this committee, and collect input and try to move forward at the start of the next meeting with a little bit more of a solid governance structure. So now we have plenty of time for committee discussion. Lori, I see your hand up, so let's kick it to you first.
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifying questions. Could you help me understand the relationship between the idea of creating a committee charter and how that relates to what the legislation actually says, knowing that there was a fair bit of thought put into that? And kind of what are the sidebars that you're suggesting around that? Because I don't see the legislation as overwhelming, but it would be very helpful to see where you all are kind of thinking about the similarities or differences, and what we would do if, for example, we came up with something we thought ought to be there but wasn't in the legislation. How would the legislature think about that? Or if we didn't fulfill something that was in the legislation, how they would think about that. So that's a clarifying question. The other thing that I would just appreciate is if you have any thoughts about the difference in time requirements for any group of people thinking about being co-chairs or chair. Given what you laid out in the initial nomination process, it would be helpful to hear your thinking about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lori. I'll take a stab, and then I look to my colleagues to add any further context. But yeah, as far as sorry, your first question was just about. Sorry, can you remind me the first question?
Sure, I'll try to be shorter.
No worries.
What's the relationship between the charter and the legislation?
Oh, yeah.
And, if we come up with something we think ought to be in the charter, but isn't in the legislation, how would the legislature think about that? And if we don't fulfill things that are in the legislation, but we felt they weren't useful in our charter, how would they think about that?
Yeah, great points. So the charter, and none of this is baked, right? These are ideas to get us talking today, but the charter is something that we've been hearing might be value add to all of us to make sure that we are staying focused on what we're doing. So this would not, say anything that's not aligned with the legislation. It would mainly reiterate what is this expert advisory committee doing as called for in the legislation. But also when we get to the point of maybe having a better sense of governance structure and how the chair or co-chairs would work within the committee, or the cadence of meetings or things like that, we would put stuff like that in the charter, just as something to keep us all sort of on the same page about both what are we trying to achieve substantively and how are we doing it from a governance standpoint. So I hope that answers your question. And if anyone else wants to jump in, please do so. I'll just quickly respond to the chair time commitment. We definitely recognize that this is a time commitment for everyone. So we're not looking to add a lot more onto the chair role. Really, it's just an opportunity for us state staff to be able to check with one person and say, kind of, this is how we're thinking about the agenda. What would you add based on committee discussion? Do you want to take this in a slightly different direction? And thinking about kind of making sure that we are being responsive after each meeting and also bringing the resources, speakers to the next meeting that the committee has called for in order to do their work that's called for in the bill. So, you know, there will be obviously moments when we need to have touch points with the chair or run things by the chair or get kind of the pulse of the chair on different things, but it is not, you know, it is not a huge time commitment at this point. That said, I don't have like hours obviously down to a T at this point. Any other comments from my state colleagues before we move on?
Yeah, I'll just add, I think another question that Lori asked was around sort of the scope of the work of the committee. And I just wanted to say that it's very important to us that the committee stick to the scope that's called for in the legislation. It's a pretty big scope, and some of the timelines for some of the deliverables are extremely tight. So it is our hope that we can really focus and drill down on delivering on that scope. You know, if there's questions that come up throughout your work related to an item that, you know, may not seem directly related, but is, like, let's definitely discuss it, especially with our legal team. But our preference is to really focus on what was called for in the legislation.
Great. Matt, I think your hand was up next.
Sure was. Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to thank Lori for flagging this and Amanda for your answer because of the short timetable and the narrow scope. And it's going to take a lot of discipline to stay on that. We're also going to need a parking lot to catch all the things that nobody thought of. I mean, there's no reason why anybody should have designed a perfect interagency working group the first time they did it. If you did your best job the first time, we got a problem. And so this is going to be iterative. And it's absolutely going to result in legislative recommendations because this creature's not going anywhere. So we would really like a formal and transparent process. And, you know, I've just seen this through the AB 617 process and the AB 32 process. Sometimes we don't get what we want on the committee, and sometimes the agency folks take the friction a little personally. And we're building something new. And I hope agency folks understand that this committee isn't made up of traditional people. It's about ceding power. And the only way that you'll have an authentic, diverse input here is by ceding power to people. And then it's really our job as committee members to make sure that we're reaching further down and out into our communities and into our areas of expertise so that we make a good argument to the legislature that this is a good investment. The agency folks, Matt knows more about the atmosphere than I ever will. Matt's going to save more Californians than any of us ever will. I've learned so much from him. And I think Matt would say that we've also improved the scoping plan by having a thorough inclusion process. So, you know, we're not going to fix it all this year, Jen and Amanda, but we need a parking lot that's sticky, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Chelsea?
Yeah, thanks. So in terms of governance and decision making, is there a standard process there? Like, are you all anticipating decisions being made via consensus-based process, majority rule, or something entirely different?
You know, I will say from my experience, there's not one standard way in the state. It does vary. But I think decisions will be made by consensus from the committee. If anyone wants to correct me, please do so.
Thank you.
This is Heather. I'll just say that that's correct. You have a fair amount of leeway as this committee to sort of come up with a governance structure that works well for you. When in doubt, we have some fallback best practices and things like that we can rely on, but you do have a lot of leeway to create a governance structure that works well for you. So you don't have to go with majority rule, for example, or like a formal voting system for a lot of these things.
Thanks, Heather. Mark?
Yeah, I want to make a comment and then also ask a question. First, in the comment, you anticipate 48 meetings a year, and that's fine. We had about a month before this one got started, and I know that there's a reason for that, but it would be really helpful, I think, if we plan the 2023 meetings now and pencil them all out, because I think I'm not alone in saying that my calendar plans out way more than a month in advance, and it'd be just a lot easier for us to get full participation if we plan these way out in advance first. The second thing, though, is there may be a missing part of the chair responsibility workload that I want to clarify, and that often at a committee of this nature writes something at the end. You know, there is reporting, there's an output that we have, and it often falls to the chair to sort of be the motivating force, the anchor around which that thing gets produced. And I'm wondering if you could speak to that, or that issue, and your anticipation of that as a component of committee leadership for this committee. Thanks.
Yeah, Mark, we have absolutely talked about, you know, writing and different products that maybe the committee could present as far as packaging up recommendations and a path forward for us and some of the other things called for in the bill. So I will say, I don't think we have come to a decision by any means about the role of the chair in leading that. But it is a really good point that you're raising, that is potentially an additional responsibility, and maybe we want to talk through that a bit here. And I definitely hear you on the planning for the 2023 meeting calendar. So we can take that as a next step to start to map that out. And we might have a little bit more clarity at the end of the day when we hear from you all on some of the additional topics you want to cover sooner rather than later, to start to provide recommendations and thoughts on next steps. James, can you put the slides with the questions back up, please?
Is that a different slide that you're asking
No,
for?
this is it. Thank you. So yeah, I just wanted to put this up to hear from you all about any other thoughts you have around governance structure for this committee, given especially what Heather said about how, you know, open-ended this can be, or that there isn't one set way, and thoughts on the role of a chair in kind of being part of this governance structure. Laura, I think I saw your hand up first.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll just go ahead and say that I, agree that there needs to be a chair, and I think that's an important role, or co-chairs. I think in terms of questions, I think the other question I have came up earlier in the conversation around Bagley-Keene, and has to do with subcommittees and whether we anticipate subcommittees and how soon we would want to devise those subcommittees given the number of meetings and the sort of work scope. So if you have initial ideas about what that subcommittee structure might look like, because I think there might be roles there for people in addition to the roles related to chairing the overall meeting and process.
Yeah, I might also look to Carb to jump in here, but in our initial conversations around subcommittees, it has not been something we're leaning towards at this point because of the time commitment already of this committee and because of the timeline of the bill. Of course, this is a committee led by you all, right? So that is just where our conversations have been at this point. But I do want to be cognizant about, the time that these meetings will already take up in the 2023 calendar and our timeline. So I think we are a little bit wary of establishing subcommittees right away until we really kind of understand the task, the time, those things. Please jump in, Carv, if you have anything else to say there.
No, I think that's right, Jen, and I appreciate that. It's a matter of time commitment and tasks. And one of the ideas that we had floated, at least when we talked about kind of structure going forward, was if we could get a good sense from the chair or co-chairs or the committee as a whole on the major topics that you all wanted to deliberate on, then we could move those conversations into the committee meetings and maybe minimize the need for subcommittees to be established to evaluate topics. But again, as Jen mentions, it's kind of up to you all in terms of how you feel like the governance structure in the organization will work best for the recommendations that you'd like to provide.
Thanks, Matt. John?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I like the idea of co-chairs. I think with this group, it's a wide range of expertise and perspectives. And I think having, one person coming to one person and getting feedback on the agenda across such a mix of issues could be really challenging. I think 2 co-chairs would also spread the work around a little bit. So you'd probably be more likely to get volunteers to do it. But I for one would prefer that. But I mean, there's trade-offs in having one person guiding things, but I would go with co-chairs.
Thanks, John. Are there other questions or comments? Great. Carrie, you're up next.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. I'd like to elevate John's comment as well to have co-chairs. And I also saw on the previous slide from the one that's showing right now that those items could be allocated among several different people. A lot of the synthesis, I think, that happens by a chair afterwards. It takes a fair bit of time for documentation and sharing out. So if that also could be distributed across our committee, that could help the chair, whoever, or co-chairs, whoever steps into those positions.
Thanks, Carrie.
Also, sorry, one more comment that I see that the chair or the co-chairs are going to really act in the facilitation role, that you mentioned that earlier, Jen, and that others will be picking up the action items as well, but that may come from the co-chairs. So that, again, I'm thinking back to an experience of stepping into standing up the new climate hubs, which Mark was also involved in. And there was a lot of background work that happened to build out that committee that if it was shared among more people, would be great.
Great, thanks. Yeah, and those points on the previous slide, I do want to say it's our initial thinking of a chair role, and you probably all are much more familiar with the role of a chair in some of these advisory committees. But those things are not set in stone, so they're merely suggestions. And I know some other suggestions for a role of a chair have been raised here today, so appreciate those ideas as well. Lori.
Just a quick question. Is there any direct staff support? Kimberly is terrific and we really appreciate the role that she's playing. But in terms of, for example, this discussion about writing up drafts, keeping records, is there a staff person out of CNRA who is designated for that purpose for any group, especially if we have, and I think it is a good idea to have co-chairs, you have kind of like, where is everything kept and who write things down? And is there any staff support or contract support to help in a report generation?
Yeah, Amanda or Matt, if you could maybe jump in or Virginia and add some context.
So Matt mentioned in earlier remarks that we pulled together a joint budget change request. It's called BCP. I don't know what it even stands for. It's when we ask for money. And we included a request for funding at the resources agency for a position that would be available to support the committee. The budget doesn't get finalized until July. So, until then, and then we have to hire someone. So we're hopefully going to be putting those positions out now so that we're ready when the money hits our accounts. But the answer is no for now, but hopefully yes in the near future.
Mark?
Yeah, so Jen, I'm not sure what your plan was for chair nomination and selection by next committee meeting, but most of us on this committee know a few other people on the committee, I suspect, but probably nobody knows everybody, and so we're not. I mean, it's it's a terrible environment in which to have an election or some sort of thing, or everyone stands on a line and whoever doesn't step back is the chair. I'm wondering if we might take advantage of trying to define somebody as acting co-chairs for at least the first 3 or 4 meetings, because I think this whole question of whether the chair ends up becoming a role that has a lead position in trying to pull together some recommendations amongst this group and giving that feedback out formally, that makes a big difference in what this committee workload would be. And I think that if we just take on sort of an acting chair for a little bit of time, I think it'll be much clearer to us as a group of who might be good at being the chair when we get to the end game of producing things that we do at the end. Just a suggestion. But I want to support John's suggestion of distributing the load with co-chairs.
Thanks, Mark. I do see these occasional thumbs up flying through my screen, so I guess that's some support for your comments and others. But yeah, I definitely appreciate it. Again, these sort of things are what we're presenting today are some ideas to get us talking, but these questions around governance, we really do want to leave largely up to you all on, is it 1 or 2 chairs? Is it acting at first? But I think these are really good suggestions from you all. So appreciate that. Does anyone want to react to any comments from their fellow committee members on structure and governance and maybe timeline for setting chairs?
Yeah, and I recognize how awkward this conversation is. Oh, I see Matt put his hand up. I'll cede my time. Matt, go ahead and jump in.
Matt, you were probably going to say something better than this, but staff delays and the budget change proposal, it's a perfectly good reason to talk about a timeline extension, having just come out of a process where we had I know a timeline extension is terrifying, man, but we can do this. And we're not going to finish this stuff in the timeline that we had. So we should be practical about this, and we should talk to Wade about it immediately, and we should blame it on finance for not giving you your staff member on time. We'll be really glad if we talk about it now instead of fight over it in the last 3 months. That's no fun in my experience. Just throwing that out there. And you can send me an email and tell me to never say it again, but that's where I'm at now.
Let's go to Christy and then Matt Botel. If you had anything to add, please do.
For co-chairs, and I was wondering the same thing that Mark was about how we would nominate chairs given that we don't know each other that well. So I was going, if we really want to do that next meeting, I support the idea of acting, and I think, and maybe this is how everybody does it, but think about people nominating themselves if they have the capacity and interest, because it seems at this point it will be very dependent on capacities, which individuals should be able to evaluate the best by themselves. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Christy. And yes, self-nominations are totally fair game, I would say, and welcomed. Matt, were you going to add anything, Matt Botel?
I was actually, I think Christy said it well too. I was just going to recognize kind of the awkwardness of you all trying to decide on who's going to be a co-chair and the process by which you decide on it. And trust us, we had a lot of conversations before the meeting about, how this process could work. And so, it sounds like folks are kind of coalescing around the idea of maybe multiple acting co-chairs and a process by which people self-identify themselves as interested in being a co-chair. And the only other, kind of main thing to think through as a committee would be, how, if we end up in a situation where we've got a lot of folks that are self-nominating, how would we decide? How would the committee decide, among those individuals? And, if you don't want to, come to a proposal today, that's fine. We're going to take lots of this feedback and we'll try and feed it into a little bit of a process for the next meeting so that at least we can get a decision. And from there, once you have the co-chairs, then the governance stuff will start to solidify more. And like I said, I know it's awkward, but this is a really important part of having a well-structured committee. So we wanted to get it out there as soon as possible.
Matt Holmes, I think your hand was up from before, right? And I forgot to lower it, or are you saying something again? Yeah. Okay, great. Marian?
Yeah, hi, thanks. Just a thought that, the charter, I'm not sure what exactly the draft charter will look like, but to me, in concept, I think the charter can help us sort of hone in on what the objectives and timelines and deliverables for this committee are, which to me would help inform like what kind of chair structure or governance structure is. So I don't want to kick the can down the road for this discussion. I think it's really good doing this now, and I know many people, when you can have something that you dig into a little bit can help with thinking around that. So that may be something for this committee to consider, that once we sort of take a look at that draft charter, then we can start thinking a little bit more in an applied way about what the governance structure would be. It's a little hard right now to understand what that is at this phase. We've got a lot of great information today, but just kind of digging in, at least that's how my brain works a little bit. And I would also like to suggest that in the charter, there's some concept of code of conduct, the sort of way that we treat each other and the way that we communicate with each other in this committee. It's been a really helpful piece that I've had in other charges and charters as well. So some element of that is probably planned for that, but I'd advocate for that as well.
Yeah, great. Appreciate those comments. Is there anything else that people would like to raise or ask at this point before we open it up for some public comment, recognizing that maybe we're exploring some acting co-chairs as well as a draft charter for you all to react to have a better sense of not only the role of the chairs and the time commitment, but also the code of conduct and other elements that could be folded into a charter. Oh, I see your hand up.
Yeah, well, I'd like to endorse Marian's suggestion of having language in the charter about codes of conduct. I think that's a great idea. But also, but I do think we need to have some capacity on the committee to sort of, well, to launch a vote on something and get a consensus. That probably has to be driven by the committee rather than by the state agency folks. And so I guess I'd like to move that the first agenda item or an agenda item early on in the next meeting is a discussion for self-nomination and election of interim chairs or acting chairs so that we can have somebody in that role, even if they aren't going to stay in that role permanently or even for very long, because I think it's really very helpful to have someone there. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mark. Let's go to Matt next.
Yeah, sorry for talking so much, but I like that idea of easing in, Mark. And then I agree the committee should be leading that sort of Robert's Rules vote ritual. The Form 700 though, I've been on a lot of these things where people write stuff down and then it's not my job to watch it. And so that is something that I think the agency is responsible for refereeing. Somebody writes something down on their form and they're still sitting there voting. That's an issue with the ritual. So just I don't know who the lawyer is on this. Who's the House lawyer tonight? Be nice if the agency watched the conflict of interest, please.
Yeah, Heather, I think Heather Leslie, you might still be on.
I am, yes. Hi.
Didn't see you.
Hi, I'm here. Thanks.
Okay, great. I don't see any other hands, but I think we have some really excellent recommendations and suggestions on next steps. And I know we have a couple of folks taking their own notes and we're recording this. So I think we have everything, or we have those points on the record, of course. But if there's anything else, please don't hesitate to say it now. And then I do want to move us on shortly here to public comment.
I'm really sorry, but learn this in the scoping plan. At some point, we've got to interact with leadership, and at some point, we have to go to the resource. And so I know that that's a cost, but that's something that we can talk about, and maybe somebody on the outside can help cover. So that the agent, they don't have money for this, but we're going to have to go to some of these places. Otherwise, this will be an abstract ritual, and we're going to have to go with leadership, because when you go without them, it's pretty meaningless. So Wade's got a busy schedule, but we got to rope him into something. One visit. I vote for the Delta.
It's Matt. Harry, do you have a comment, question?
I just wanted to get clarification on Matt's comment. Is he just saying that we need to go out in the field to meet with stakeholders or have our venues in person so we have more local engagement?
Yeah, absolutely. We can talk about a place, but when we want to elevate the benefit of investing in it, if you don't meet the people there that have been left behind for 40 years, the gravity left out. So when we took people down to Mendota who have been told they don't deserve hospitals, sidewalks, or schools, but the state has a ton of money to bury a bunch of carbon underneath them. It was really powerful for state staff to go down there and meet these people that are living a second-class life in California and were being researched without their knowledge for 40 years. We want to avoid planning things for people without them and not hearing from them. I don't want to be a part of anything gross like that.
Sure, and that sounds like a climate smart process for inclusivity. So makes sense.
Gary, you have planning chops.
Thanks.
You gonna raise your hand for one of these co-chairs?
We'll see. I
think you should.
Okay, thank you all. I think this helped give us some really good direction for what we can do in between and at the start of the next meeting. So appreciate those comments. I now want to transition to hearing from other attendees and members of the public that are online. So same routine as always, just please raise your hand and we will unmute you in the order of which your hand's raised. So this is an opportunity to provide any public comment on our governance structure, the role of a chair or co-chairs for this committee, and things along that were covered in item 5. Okay, I'm not seeing any public comment. But so maybe I will transition us to taking a lunch break. But please feel free to raise your hand if you do have comments over the next couple seconds while we transition here. But I think now we'll take a break for about an hour. I need to change that time, James. So we'll have the meeting resume at 1. So we'll give you an hour break. Thank you. We'll have the meeting resume at 1, and then the last part of the agenda will be, I think, really helpful and interesting because we'll dig into the scoping plan and the modeling that was done for the scoping plan, and also talk about our approach to target setting per AB 1757. So switching hats from governance and process to more of the content and that kind of stuff in the next item. So I'll stop talking. I don't see any more public comment, but we'll resume and kick off that item at 1 p.m. Thanks everyone for your comments.
Jen, are you still there? Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, you can.
So I'm not going to make it very much longer. The next part that we convene after lunch is important. Am I going to be able to access this recording after today?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we'll post the recording. We will also post the slides, Mark.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And
Thanks for sticking with us for so long.
No problem. My pleasure. Bye. Bye.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being so timely. We are going to just remind folks where we are in the agenda. James, if you wouldn't mind just sharing the slide right after the lunch break slide, that'd be great. So while everyone comes back from their lunch break, just a reminder of where we are in the day. We've ticked through items 1 through 5, and we have kind of one major item left, which is item 6, where we'll hear from both Adam Moreno and Amanda Hansen on both what's in the scoping plan, what was modeled, and also our approach to target setting for AB 1757. So I just want to make sure we have most of our committee members back before we dive in. And it looks like we do, so that's awesome. Great. So now, Adam, I will turn it over to you. James, you can stop sharing because Adam will share his presentation. And Adam, over to you to share your screen and walk us through the work done in the scoping plan.
All right, you can see this, right? All right. Okay, hello, yeah, I'm Dr. Adam Moreno, and I'm CARB's lead natural and working lands climate scientist, and I led the science and modeling for the nature-based climate solutions incorporated into the 2022 scoping plan, and continue to lead the future developments of our ability to model climate and management impacts on California's ecosystems. But I wanted to reiterate what Matt said earlier this morning, that even though I lead this effort, we have a set of very talented and passionate state staff and contractors who help make this work possible, mostly on top of and beyond their regular duties. Okay, so this presentation will briefly touch upon scoping plan target development, but the primary focus of this presentation will be on modeling, with the hopes that it will be a primer from which you all will be able to provide recommendations and advice on how we can improve moving forward. So you've heard a little bit about the scoping plan. In brief, the scoping plan develops the state's roadmap for achieving carbon neutrality across all sectors of California's economy, and now also natural and working lands. Generally speaking, to achieve carbon neutrality, all of the emissions that occur from all sources, including anthropogenic emissions, which we refer to as AB 32 sources, have to be balanced by sinks so that the overall carbon balance in and out of the atmosphere is 0 or a little bit of a sink. Natural and working lands can be both sinks and sources, and the rest of the necessary sinks have to come from some other forms of carbon dioxide removal. You heard a little this morning about how historic it is that natural and working lands are now included in the state's strategy. And because this is something new for any large government in the world, CARB developed a new process on how to establish natural and working lands targets towards contributing to overall statewide carbon neutrality. This is a simple diagram that outlines the process that CARB took to establish the state's natural and working land targets. This is showing just one scenario, but you can have multiple scenarios that you assess. But in this framework, a scenario consists of objectives, management strategies, and mechanisms pathways. Objectives create a vision of the future for each landscape type. So this is essentially creating the narrative of the scenario. An action is an individual activity on the ground, like a prescribed burn or composting, wetland restoration, and conservation, for example. A management strategy is a statewide set of actions with detailed information on type, intensity, location, quantity, and timing of the individual actions, of many different actions, actually. Management strategies are set as best estimates of how to achieve the stated objectives, to outline what work actually needs to get done to achieve our vision of the future without limiting ourselves right off the bat based on current policy levers. In this way, we first identify the work that needs to get done, and then we as a state, and now through 1757, can begin to work and think about the levers that need to be executed to implement the work. In this way, the scoping plan is policy agnostic. And it is these management strategies shown here in the green that are actually modeled, including ecosystem, economic, and health modeling. From this modeling, we quantify future carbon outcomes, co-benefits, implications, and costs. For the scoping plan, this was then presented to partners and stakeholders, and through feedback, CARB refined the management strategies, which in turn refined the outcomes. Then a scenario was selected and voted on by the CARB board, which then approved and set the carbon target. We will also be tracking progress towards the target. And this is an important aspect of target setting, which actually dictates what can and can't be included in a carbon target. We only want to set carbon targets for carbon that can be tracked, and not all carbon everywhere can be tracked. I hope it is apparent that this process starts with an overall vision of how we want our lands managed and how we want them to function. And then through the identified management strategy, we quantify a carbon target. We do not start with a carbon target and work the other way. That method risks sacrificing ecosystem services only to store carbon. CARB recognizes that lands cannot be managed as a whole only for carbon, and so we cannot just maximize carbon on the ground regardless of the risk this poses to public safety and other ecosystem services. But instead, the objective, as outlined in the scoping plan scenario, should be overall ecosystem health for both intrinsic and societal benefits. And for this reason, this approach starts with the overall vision of the future and quantifies the carbon outcomes accordingly. To establish carbon targets, CARB worked with sister agencies, stakeholders, and received direction from the board, legislature, and administration to identify various management strategies or levels of action for each landscape type, as shown in the last column of this table. This level of action is estimated to cost $6.5 billion per year above our current natural and working lands investment every year from 2025 to 2045. We also modeled various other management strategies that correspond to other scenarios, including a business as usual scenario. But the shown level of action is what was used in the end to derive the state's natural and working land carbon target. These ambitious levels of action shown here, however, are not targets, but are the underlying management strategies that were modeled to derive our carbon target. The scoping plan only sets a carbon target for natural and working lands. And this is because, as some folks have pointed out this morning, and is easy to see, there are many actions that can and should be taken in real life that we do not currently have the ability to simulate. However, a target is a quantitative number that we have to derive via the best science we have, and that we can quantify progress towards. And for this reason, we don't say that this level of action are targets in and of themselves. And Amanda will speak to this more after my presentation. So we are living in an era of increasing wildfires, increasing forest mortality from drought and beetles. We are seeing some of the largest trees in the world dying. Storms are upending our urban forests. There's diminishing water supply for farms, and satellites are estimating decreased photosynthesis across all of California. Further, one of our most urgent nature-based solutions that has to be scaled up, fuel reduction in our wild and woolly lands removes carbon from the ecosystem. So this is to say that natural and working lands being a sink of carbon on a whole year after year is not assured. However, with aggressive climate action, many of the negative impacts of climate change can be alleviated. And that is, in fact, what CARB's modeling found. The carbon target that was established through the scoping plan is 4% statewide carbon stocks below 2014 levels at 2045. When we calculate this contribution of natural and working land carbon stock change to carbon neutrality and taking into account potential methane and N2O emissions, natural and working lands average annual emissions from 2025 to 2045 are estimated to be approximately 7 million metric tons of CO2e per year. When considering permanence into the equation, so considering those stocks that are not likely to be reversed back into emissions by 2045, the annual sequestration component is 1.5 million metric tons of CO2 per year, and this comes from urban forestry. Though this represents a loss of carbon from the ecosystem, this loss can result in substantial benefits, such as hundreds of lives saved per year and billions of dollars in health cost savings just from the reduction of wildfire emissions alone. And this is in addition to the unquantified potential benefits if this plan is ultimately implemented, thus easily offsetting any cost of action. Now, I'd like to speak to the focus of my presentation, the natural and working land modeling that is done to develop carbon targets. Modeling is the practice of utilizing the best available science and data to understand how different forces, and in this case, climate change and management, for example, affect a system. And in this case, we're talking about ecosystems. Modeling in the scoping plan process is done to estimate future projections of sources, sinks, and stocks from natural and working lands that are modeled, assess how different management levels may influence sources and sinks on natural and working lands, explore cumulative impacts of multiple actions on various aspects of the ecosystem, and also model custom scenarios so that we can, to the best of our ability, assess the questions and concerns that we, our partners, the public, and stakeholders have about these systems. This graph on the right-hand side is from our natural and working lands carbon inventory, showing how the carbon is distributed across all natural and working lands. And so as you see here, CARB's most recent natural and working lands inventory shows the vast majority of California's carbon stock is in our forests, shrublands, and grasslands. And so we devoted the majority of our resources into being able to model these systems. So I'd like to take a moment to cover a few of the objectives that we are trying to accomplish through our natural and working lands modeling. After all, you need to know what your needs and questions are so that you can select the appropriate model and framework for your purpose. So the first objective of the state's natural and working lands modeling for target setting is to assess ecosystems on a statewide scale. And I start with this objective because it is often a source of confusion. One could assess nature-based climate solutions on a statewide scale using the method shown in the image on the left. In this method, one estimates the benefits that a bunch of projects may have. This aggregated project level accounting can help demonstrate the benefits of climate action within project boundaries. And this is done to ensure individual projects provide greenhouse gas reductions and/or removals, and to quantify the benefit of a particular funding source. This method will always result in natural and working lands having climate benefits. There is nothing wrong with this method if the only thing you want to quantify are the benefits of projects. However, what if you also want to include the cost of inaction and the carbon dynamics outside of project boundaries, which is by far the majority of land area? So for example, if one wants to include wildfires into a statewide plan, then one must model all natural and working land area, both inside and outside project boundaries. Additionally, there is a lot of other carbon dynamics that occur everywhere, like photosynthesis, decomposition, mortality, regrowth, etc. So by modeling the entire state, one gets closer to quantifying the entire carbon balance of the state and to the real overall contribution that natural and working lands have to our overall climate strategy. At this scale, natural and working land carbon can still vary widely from year to year because this will take into account many carbon losses and gains as possible, which respond to climate and management, which also varies from year to year. And so not only are we trying to capture that spatial variation to get a full picture of carbon dynamics across space, but we also want that same detail through time. So here I'm showing the scoping plan results for emissions to and from annual croplands in California. In both graphs, below the zero line are emissions and above the zero line are overall sinks. The graph on the left shows the annual emissions or sinks, and the graph on the right shows the cumulative emissions from 2001 to 2045. On the left, you can see that from year to year, the annual emissions in both the business as usual and the scoping plan scenarios vary greatly, which is primarily caused by climate. So to fully capture the impact that a change in management has, we have to model these systems through time so that we can quantify the cumulative change in emissions as a result of management change seen on the right. Additionally, individual years are not representative of an entire time series, and if you only assess 1 year or a few years, you can select years that provide a false impression of what natural and working land climate action may provide over longer time frames. In the graph on the left, for example, 3 years in the scoping plan scenario are estimated as overall sinks, but these years are not representative of the overall time series. Also, the emissions in 2045 alone, which is our target year, are very high and also don't represent the rest of the time series. And for this reason, it's necessary to simulate these lands through time. We also want the modeling to quantify the impact of climate change and other major drivers of ecosystem change, which impact the effectiveness of nature-based climate solutions and ecosystems overall. So that is to say, we want to estimate how changing environmental conditions change the effectiveness of both climate action and an ecosystem's ability to sequester and store carbon on its own. We also want to simulate the impact that management will have on ecosystem outcomes, and because that's kind of like the whole point of this exercise. The process should be repeatable and be improved through time, which is why we're here today. And it all should be based in science, and the outcomes of the modeling should be able to be tracked through time in the real world. We developed some criteria to help us determine which models to use for our work. First, any model we are going to use should be open source whenever possible. Second, where applicable, fire should be a dynamic process within the model. This means that within the model, fire should be responsive to climate and management. Third, because water is often limited in ecosystems, the carbon and other ecosystem services are typically dictated by water. Therefore, we want a model that couples carbon and water dynamics. Fourth, Climate change has led to large mortality events throughout California's forests and shrublands. Climate change alone can have large effects on ecosystems, and that should be captured in the model as well. The model should be scalable, meaning that it should be able to quantify the carbon future of large landscapes and various dynamics like climate change and management. Sixth, we would like a model that can model multiple natural and working land types whenever possible. We also wanted a model to have an existing user base to ensure that we will be able to hire and contract with people to use the model. And we want a model that is mature, meaning that it has been around a while and has a proven scientific track record. These were the models that were chosen or developed for each natural and working land type. And so I'm going to briefly talk about each of these in the following slides. You can also find a lot more detailed information in our scoping plan Appendix I on our scoping plan website. So let's start with forests, shrublands, and grasslands. These lands cover these land cover categories are grouped together here because they are all being evaluated using the Regional Hydrological and Ecological Simulation System, or RHESIS for short. This is by far the most complex modeling that CARB is utilizing, as it is a process-based biogeochemical model that also includes climate change, dynamic fire, drought-induced mortality, and hydrology. A biogeochemical model refers to a model that simulates all of the underlying processes that make a vegetative ecosystem function. These processes include photosynthesis, respiration, decomposition, etc. Our current method is to model representative watersheds throughout California and then extrapolate from the watershed scale to the statewide scale using machine learning. Management is also modeled and can be tailored to specific statewide management scenarios, which currently include the 7 treatment categories shown here. Every ownership and regional combination across the state is modeled differently and will have specific management strategies unique to them. And we can also manage riparian zones within the ecosystems differently than other areas. Agricultural lands are modeled in 2 different ways. Annual croplands are modeled using DACENT, which is another biogeochemical process-based model. And we use the same methods that the National Agricultural Inventory uses and build off of the work that was previously done in comment planner development and can model various healthy soils practices. For perennial crops, CARB has developed an orchard carbon model that can simulate the carbon in most perennial crops in California. This model is based on CARB's method for assessing perennial cropland carbon in our natural and working lands carbon inventory. The underlying algorithm is allometric based, which utilizes age and orchard type to determine carbon within an acre of orchard. This model uses these principles to model non-spatial statewide estimates of perennial cropland carbon given different levels of planting, orchard retention, and land use. Rangelands are covered in our shrubland and grassland modeling, and so utilizes RHESIS. Settlements include the vegetation in urban and rural areas. Urban forests are modeled using a CARB-derived aspatial urban forest carbon model. This model is empirically based, utilizing a relationship between historic trends of carbon, climate, and investment variables to estimate future carbon. The wildland-urban interface, or WUI, was modeled using a remote sensing-based assessment. The amount of carbon that must be removed around structures to achieve 100% compliance in defensible space was assessed using high-resolution tree, structure, and parcel data. In this way, we can see how settlement carbon balances out as we increase canopy cover in urban areas and decrease canopy cover in WUI areas. There are many different types of wetlands in California. Most riparian zones, that is to say vegetation around and along rivers and mountain meadows to some extent, are covered in rhesus. For delta wetlands specifically, CARB is utilizing a combination of data from a biogeochemical model called subcalc and data from flux towers, which use eddy covariance modeling. We use these measured and modeled values to estimate the emissions and carbon stock changes that may occur within different levels of wetland restoration. CARB has also developed a land use-based model to estimate the impacts of development and or conversion on desert carbon. And this model changes carbon stocks in deserts based on modeled future land use. As I mentioned before, one of the most important objectives of this modeling is to quantify how changes in management can change ecosystem carbon outcomes. So to do this, one has to model management actions. No model can simulate every single action in all ecosystems that is possible in the real world. So one has to make a decision on the management actions to simulate. This is a list of management actions that we can currently model. I will not speak to all of them, but this is to say that yes, we know we cannot currently simulate every climate action that exists, but we can definitely add to this list with time and resources. This is a continuation of the climate actions that we can model. Again, this is a starting point off of which we will build through time. However, it is a pretty good starting point. And then also, I'm pretty sure all of these slides will be posted online, so you can go back and look at everything. Over the last couple of years, through the scoping plan process, we have heard many great suggestions about how we can improve this aspect of our work. Suggestions include practices to add more landscapes or carbon pools to model, additional analyses to perform, and process improvements. The next few slides will discuss modeling improvements that we are either currently making or hope to make in the future. These improvements are broken out in those improvements that can be accomplished within the next 12 months and those improvements that will take more than a year to accomplish. This slide shows the improvements that are already underway and began or were conceptualized before AB 1757 was even written. The left-hand column shows the enhancements that may be completed within the next 12 months. These include improving parameterization of rhesus, performing an uncertainty analysis, and publishing a peer-reviewed article on this work. For annual croplands, we are attempting to model organic systems, changes to irrigation, stacking healthy soils practices, farm idling as a result of Sigma, and we are improving control over our implementation timing and how representative our simulations are. We are also working with the Ocean Protection Council and one of our committee members here today to identify knowledge and data gaps in coastal wetlands and how to fill them. Things we are currently working on that will not be completed within a year are simulating all forest, shrublands, and grasslands wall to wall, creating a manual and tutorial for model use, and enhancing our wildfire air quality and health impact analysis. This is a list of other improvements that are not currently funded or underway, but could potentially be completed within a year given additional resources. All of these are within forest, shrublands, and grasslands, and these include more detailed fire and mortality assessments, including more management actions like grazing or composting, more nuanced management implementation, and more nuanced riparian management. I now have 4 slides that list out the future improvements that CARB is planning that are not yet underway and will take longer than a year to complete. So CARB has essentially outlined an overarching vision of long-term modeling capability improvements that will be enhanced through this 1757 process. So for forest, shrublands, and grasslands, we would like to perform an attribution study, which will essentially give us information on why things are changing the way they are changing. A management practice effectiveness study, which tries to isolate the impact that individual management actions have on larger landscapes, so even outside their project boundaries. Perform a water availability assessment to understand how upper watershed management impacts water availability for different sectors of the economy. Incorporate WUI veg management, home hardening, and energy infrastructure into wildfire modeling, and utilize a more advanced harvested wood products model. For perennial agriculture, we'd like to utilize a biogeochemical model, simulate more healthy soils practices, and better account for groundwater. For wetlands, we'd like to enhance our modeling for the Delta, include coastal wetlands, include riparian zones in and around reservoirs, working lands, and communities, include mountain meadows more explicitly, and incorporate sea level rise. For our urban forests, we'd like to incorporate more than just trees, so also grasses and shrubs, so greening in general. Make the modeling spatially explicit and utilize a process-based model. For deserts, we would like to model these lands using a biogeochemical model for the organic carbon piece, and we would like to expand our health modeling to all sectors of California. In terms of our economic analyses, we'd also like to conduct more nuanced impact analyses by income level, geography, and race, assess the impacts on prices of food, water, wood, and fiber, assess impacts of climate and management change to yield and co-benefits on producers and various other sectors of the economy. As we branch out into quantifying ever more ecosystem services, we'd also like to connect various models together to quantify co-benefits and incorporate evaluation of ecosystem services to quantify the economic benefits of various co-benefits and how they change with management and climate. Finally, for land cover and land use, we'd like to incorporate or develop a more dynamic land use model that adapts with changing economics and environmental conditions, incorporate more land use change between natural and working land sectors, and incorporate a dynamic global vegetation model, which essentially models plant species suitability to change vegetation types through time. Of course, limitations exist that prevent us from doing everything we want at the current moment. So these limitations include empirical data on management actions and practices, spatio-temporal empirical data on soil, organic carbon stocks and fluxes, science and data sufficient for model and inventory development in some lands or carbon pools, sufficient science to develop an emissions-based inventory for natural and working lands. We currently can inventory carbon stocks, not fluxes. Cross-sectoral model development, integration, and science. And so that is to say models that integrate multiple ecosystems together and also account for economics and public health. And so those models are not easy to come by. Computing resources. So the more complex the modeling, the more computer resources we need. So for example, we use a supercomputer to do our rhesus modeling, and still one full simulation takes about a month to complete. qualified ecosystem modelers with sufficient programming skills are also hard to find. So again, ecosystems themselves are very complex, and finding people that understand that complexity enough to run to turn ecosystems into mathematical equations, and then those equations into computer programs, and then run those computer programs on supercomputers are hard to find. Okay, that concludes my presentation, and now I'd like to pass it to Amanda Hansen to speak about the AB 1757 target setting. And after her presentation, you'll have the opportunity to ask questions and make comments about all this. So take it away, Amanda.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, so I'm going to take a step back here. And James, you can leave it on this slide. That'd be good. I'll let you know when to switch it up. Just want to take a step back and look at the sort of picture of what we're being tasked with and why we're focusing this afternoon in the way that we are. So the bill calls on the Resources Agency to develop these implementation targets by January 1, 2024, in collaboration with this committee and our interagency partners. And as Matt noted earlier this morning, that is a tight timeline. So for that reason, we've organized this afternoon to focus on the related committee work. These were on Virginia's slide earlier this morning, informing the development of an ambitious range of targets for the natural working land sector, and informing and reviewing modeling and analysis for natural and working land. So Adam just provided a really helpful deep dive into the modeling and analysis, and I'm going to walk through the development of targets. Next slide, James. So in the morning, I laid out some of the key elements of our agenda in the sector, and a lot of pieces have fallen into place to get us to this point. And I think of them as 3 distinct phases, which I'm going to share with you, and I hope it's helpful. So the first phase is figuring out, what do we need to do? The what. What are the nature-based solutions that California needs to see more of? And this is the question that our Natural and Working Lands Climate Smart Strategy sought to answer. Next slide. And in that strategy, there are between 5 and 20 priority nature-based climate solutions to accelerate and scale in California for each of the 8 landscapes that make up our natural and working land sector. Next slide. The second phase is answering the question, how much of that action do we need? Next slide. And the scoping plan really helped us largely answer this question in terms of carbon neutrality by identifying a carbon stock target. And in the work that Adam and the team did to develop that target, considered the actions that were in the Climate Smart Land Strategy. Next slide. And now we're in the third phase, which is answering the question, how do we get there? And we refer to this as building implementation pathways, which is a process that all agencies that contribute to the scoping plan enter into after the board's approval. So sitting down and partnering with as many entities as we can to think about how do we answer this question? And I really appreciated comments made earlier this morning about how important it is to do that with implementers and implementers' perspectives, and the value of understanding what barriers to implementation are in thinking about how we do this well. So I'm really excited that we're all sort of aligned in our thinking about that. The next slide shows a list. It's not comprehensive, but it's a list of opportunities that we can explore, state agencies can explore to deliver on our scoping plan and related policy goals as we think about building out an implementation pathway. And this slide reflects a lot of ideas that came forward in our public engagement to build out the Natural Working Lands Climate Smart Strategy. And Lori, this just speaks to your point earlier this morning about how important it is to deploy more of a portfolio approach rather than just leaning in and relying on a single solution. And as you can see, this list clearly includes setting implementation or management targets. Next slide. So these implementation targets will need to be organized around California's 8 landscape types and help us answer that question of how do we deliver on or even exceed the carbon stock target in the scoping plan. Next slide. Now, the scoping plan identified potential implementation targets to illustrate the level of action required to meet the carbon stock target. And we've included them here on this slide. And I think, Karen mentioned them in her remarks, and I know there's been a lot of discussion. Next slide. And so 1757 calls on us to develop these implementation targets to 2030, 2038, and 2045. And we know that there are many ways to consider target setting. And so just thought we would put on this slide some of what we've heard to get the conversation started. And I'll close by saying, we're really looking forward to partnering with you to delivering on this target setting that's called for in the legislation that's going to, again, get us to or even exceed our carbon stock target. And with that, I'll hand it back to Jen, who's going to facilitate some committee discussion.
Thanks, Amanda, and thank you, Adam. Those were great presentations. So this is our opportunity again for committee discussion. We know that we just shared a lot with you, so there might be some clarifying questions first from Adam's presentation or kind of level setting needed. But basically, just to frame out what's on this slide, there's some questions that we would love to get initial feedback on and input on from the committee. And those are the questions at the top. So these first four. We recognize, though, that this is day one of this 2-year committee. So we're probably not going to be able to get final or solid answers on all 4 of those questions at the top. So we'll walk through those, but really the focus for today's discussion is also on these final 2 questions that's really digging in on what are the information and analysis needs that are critical to develop targets, and specifically also what subject areas do you committee members need to dig in more or learn more about in order to eventually be able to provide recommendations to us. So I'll guide us through kind of parts 1 and 2 of this discussion, but just to frame out the discussion. And I just want to reiterate something Amanda said, that we recognize the timeline is really tight and the ambition is really high for this work. So that is why we're posing some questions at the top here about, how are we going to set these targets that best support our state goals? What analysis and modeling is needed for the next scoping plan? What are different ways we can fill in data gaps? So we do want to start to drive at some of these bigger questions, but we know that we're not going to get full or comprehensive answers today. So that's some of the framing. I'm starting to see some hands go up, so I'm going to pause talking, but I will guide us through this as we go. But Melissa, let's kick it to you first.
Yeah, I just had a quick clarifying question. I'm trying to wrap my mind around the 4% carbon stock losses. And it says like below 2014 levels. So I'm not like, where are we now? Are we way above 2014? Are we way below 2014? Like what's our trajectory and why 4% losses below 2014? Like if we're reaching for a target, I'm trying to understand sort of where that number is coming from and what's happened since 2014.
Yeah, okay. So I kind of took this part out of the presentation because it was already too long.
Sorry.
No, perfect. Good question. It should have been in the presentation. Okay, so when we set a carbon target, we set the target relative to a measurable moment in the past and then to a target year. So it's 4% carbon stock losses relative to 2014 levels by 2045. 2014, because that is the most recent year, we have a full natural and working land carbon inventory. So we know what the stocks are there, and we improve our inventory through time. And so even if the absolute values in the natural and working land carbon, if in the absolute values in the inventory change, that relative goal will still be valid. And this is also how all of our other targets are set within the scoping plan. So even in the like anthropogenic side, it's always, you know, like 48, reduce emissions 48% below 1990 levels in 2045, 2030. I forgot what the target is, but so it's consistent with our other, the other ways we set targets in the scoping plan. The 4%, so we went through this big, huge modeling exercise where, well, not just modeling exercise, but that target development exercise with that flow chart, where we set up multiple different scenarios, which had a bunch of different management strategies, and we modeled them. And what we showed is that we're most likely going to be losing carbon as a whole across all natural working lands into the future. And so the 4% corresponded to the particular scenario that was selected and voted on by our board. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that was perfect. Thanks, Adam.
Okay, thanks.
William, you're up next.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if, Adam, have you taken into account nitrous oxide emissions from these, particularly from the new irrigation approaches, irrigated lands?
So yeah, we quantify N2O emissions in annual croplands. We don't currently have different irrigation practices. Well, at least from the scoping plan modeling we did, but we are building those into DayCent now. DayCent is very limited what it can do with irrigation. And actually, I just spoke with our Colorado State colleagues who are helping us do this. It doesn't appear that irrigation will affect N2O in the end. So N2O really is a product of the nitrogen added into the system. But that is a missing piece in the modeling, is how irrigation will affect N2O.
Well, that's why I would argue against that, because I've done a lot of projects for CARB, and essentially converting to micro irrigation systems eliminates nitrous oxide emissions compared to baseline. It doesn't eliminate them per se, that they're still going to be emissions, but they're going to be below business as usual. And it's actually a significant reduction. So all this conversion to both surface and berry drip has essentially lowered nitrous oxide emissions to below business as usual. And that has essentially occurred already. So I don't know if that's in the analysis, that's part of your analysis. No-till doesn't seem to have an effect on carbon, only carbon inputs. So again, I don't know how your models work, but the 20-year study we have on no-till shows essentially losses of carbon compared to business as usual. And so it would be interesting to see how your models actually treat these different management practices and things like that. So
yeah, that's great input. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, William and Adam. Are there other? Okay, I do see some other hands up. Oh, Harry, do you have another question?
Yes, I have a couple technical questions. I wanted to understand, since 2014 is our frame of reference for the inventory, where are those data from that build that? And then also I had questions about the perennial agriculture modeling. I can see and understand that the allometric approach would make sense for the trees. It looks like in the appendix I that there wasn't modeling for soil carbon changes, or none of the dynamics in the orchard floor were modeled. So is there a plan to do that in the future? And what's a push rate?
Yeah, okay, great. So so the National Working Land Carbon Inventory, if you just Google National Working Land Carbon Inventory, it will pop up and you can see where all of our data sources are. A lot of it is also modeling. So yeah, you can check it out there. We can also go deeper in that in future meetings if you want. Okay, the perennial model, right? So this was not a biogeochemical model. This was something we had to develop because it was not perennial agriculture, and the current version of DayCent is not ready. Colorado State is working on that currently, but it was not ready for the scoping plan. It was not the version of DNDC that we have was also not really applicable for future projection modeling, and maybe could or couldn't do woody biomass. A push rate is how frequently the orchards are removed, essentially. So yeah, was that all of your questions?
Yeah, I had one more, and maybe I would defer it to the other foresters on the line and also to you, but I wanted to ask for clarification on the statement that with the fire management practices, that would be a loss of biomass from the system, because thinning practices, or the, those curves that show with thinning, you get an increased basal area and board feet in the forest stands. How does that play into what you're doing? And I'll throw that out to the group.
Yeah, sure. Good question. Okay. So remember, we have a target year, which is 2045, which in forest terms is not like super long off. And so we have to do a tremendous amount of fuel reduction work, which will remove carbon from the ecosystems. And yes, as you said, it could spur growth, but would that make up for all of the carbon stock loss from the management and the additional wildfire that will occur by 2045? At least the modeling estimates no. It could be that, in 100, 150 years or something, that changes. But I would also say, we have, 150 years of fire exclusion, and the science is showing that we have a tremendous amount of biomass in our ecosystems, a historic, in terms of like deep history, even, a few thousand years of a lot of carbon in our forests. So, whether removing the carbon and then allowing, widely spaced trees to make up that carbon, if that's even possible, I'm not sure. Our target was at 2045. So yeah.
Thank you.
Lori, you're up next.
I want to build on that last conversation in a couple of ways, but move us on to, and I apologize if I'm jumping ahead here, but I wanted to address some of the bullet points that are here, if that is okay. One is that, as Amanda pointed out, there are 8 land types or landforms that we're looking at. 3 of them are aggregated into one in the modeling, so forest, shrub, and grassland. And I think it's essential to disaggregate these and to hold them separately. I think also we need to disaggregate between public lands and private lands. There are very distinct conditions on both. That does relate to the points that were just raised about where we have too much and where we have too little. And in other words, where we can gain versus where we're likely to reduce in the next 22 years. I'm fairly familiar with data that shows that stands recover their total carbon amounts within 10 to, depending on the forest type, 20 years after removal of 20 to 25% of stock, where there's too much in the wrong conformation of too many little trees of the same species. So I hope we can explore that. I really think it's important, and Adam, I know you've heard me ask this question before, and I apologize if I have forgotten. We need to clarify what kind of emissions are being modeled from fire, given the work that has been done and published on peer-reviewed journals about the percentages that are actually lost, as opposed to the assumptions that have been historically made. You know, the difference between 2 to 8% from catastrophic fire, you know, carbon loss out of a forest, as opposed to 80 to 100%, pretty vast. And I apologize if I have missed that you've updated that modeling or what you've got there. And I think we need to recognize the tremendous value of statewide, you know, databases that are statewide. But I think we also need to complement that with modeling at forest types, not project boundaries, but forest types. And looking at data that is the most recent and relevant to those forest types. Because actions are going to be taken at the individual forest level, or the individual farm level, or the individual ranch level. And statewide data can sometimes, you know, in that aggregation, you can lose what the real impact can be. So these are some suggestions around additional modeling and analysis to help us build on the platform that you have created, Adam, and move into the implementation phase, which is we want to be able to specifically work with specific forests and specific oak woodlands and specific farms. And so this is going to need a little bit different approach. And while it will all aggregate up to a state level of outcome, we'll have a much better sense of where we're having impact. So those are both some questions, and I'm sorry if there's too many, but both some questions that can be answered offline, but also some suggestions in terms of ways that we could have additional modeling and analysis that is suited to the forest, the land types that are identified in the Natural and Working Lands Plan, rather than lumped.
Thank you for those questions. I think those are great. And I would like to address a few of them now. Okay, so disaggregating forest shrublands and grasslands. Okay, so they are disaggregated. They are modeled separately, but what we indicate when we put them together is that they're all being modeled in rhesus, and they're all being modeled as, like, you know, there's a forest next to a shrubland, next to a grassland, and so they're, you know, over a larger landscape, over a watershed, you know, you'll have trees, you'll have shrubs, you'll have grasses, and so they're all modeled together. And so in the back end, we can pull out the individual effects on forests versus shrublands versus grasslands, and that is what's in the scoping plan underneath the hood. Of course, what goes into the scoping plan document is just the one individual line and the one number, but if you go into the Appendix I, you can see the dynamics just for forests, just for shrublands, just for grasslands. So we do pull those out. Thank you for that question. Also, ownerships are modeled differently as well in our framework. So we use you know, our ownership maps, and we quantify to the best that the data can do how different ownerships have historically managed their lands, and then we use that to essentially create initial conditions and to model those management styles into the future. And then we can also tweak individual ownership management style as we please. And so that's also part of the modeling. But again, it's like deep in the back end, so I can see you got to, you know, read this, you know, 200-page document to figure it out. So what kind of emissions come from our modeling? This is a good question, because this also, people do get confused about this issue. So there's one aspect of wildfires, and so this is mainly a mapping issue, an inventory issue. When you use satellites to estimate carbon stocks on the ground, every carbon map, remote sensing based, will have the same problem, that it is really hard to see snags after a wildfire using a satellite. And so you run the risk of overestimating the emissions that come from a wildfire. Okay, so, but that is a separate issue. Our modeling doesn't do that, right? So our modeling does estimate the amount of biomass burned by the amount of vegetation that's there, by how dry the fuels are, and then it doesn't burn up, you know, the whole entire tree. It typically burns, I mean, depending on, you know, how intense it is, you know, the duff and the foliage, things like that. I don't have a percentage of how much biomass gets burned via, you know, what was there to begin with. I haven't done that analysis. It takes more time, more resources. But that is to say, you know, it's dynamic and it's not, you know, vaporizing entire trees, as some folks like to say. And then,
Adam, could I ask you a question? Could you just provide us with a table then by forest type and ownership type of, you know, since you've done all this work and it's not easily available, but if you gave us a table that, you know, went, for example, blue oak, woodland.
Okay, yeah,
redwood,
so forest type.
Sierra mixed conifer, and just gave that to us, that would help answer many questions here about what you were doing with that.
Right, okay, and I was just about to get to this because this was your last point, was the forest type question. Okay, so forest shrublands and grasslands are very diverse across California, right? So we couldn't parameterize our model just to like one type of forest or one type of shrub, one type of grass, but we also can't model to every single species or every individual forest type that exists across the state as well. We did not have time. Okay, so what did we do? We divided the state into 12 what we call eco units. And these 12 eco units kind of classify the forest, shrubland, and grasslands into similar climates, similar eco regions, and similar vegetation. And so I can pull out information based on these eco units. So trees and the Klamath versus shrubs, trees, shrubs, grasses in the Klamath versus trees, shrubs, grasses in the High Sierra, you know, versus, you know, Southern California or whatever. But I can't go down to that level of like blue oak or something along those lines.
Right. So no, I'm understanding what you've done. I'm making suggestions about how we can narrow that down going forward, accessing other information. So I know we've had the discussion about some of the necessities of the way that you approached it and modeled it, but to break it out, to go be able to make recommendations on implementation, I believe needs a somewhat finer grained approach.
That's good input. Yeah, because ultimately we do want the modeling to be useful to making stuff happen on the ground. So that's exactly the type of info we're looking for. So thanks for that.
Okay, I don't see any other questions for Adam, but if you do have questions on the scoping plan or the modeling, please don't hesitate to throw your hand up and Adam will answer those. But I want to turn back to this slide, kind of dig into some of these questions a little bit more. So as I mentioned at the top, we kind of have two goals for this discussion here. One is to look at this kind of first group of questions, and I'm going to try to frame this a little bit differently. So based on the sort of approach to target setting that Amanda laid out, how is the committee, or what are you all thinking about as far as analysis and modeling and data that is needed? And how are you thinking about setting targets that are supporting both our goals on achieving carbon neutrality and building climate resilience? So that's like one. I know these are big questions, but this is just a brainstorming session for this first group of questions. In that bucket, I am also curious to hear from you all on kind of what are your top priorities for this work on setting implementation targets. So let's take this first group of questions. These are kind of just thinking questions, a space to kind of throw out big ideas. And then we'll go to kind of the nuts and bolts on what do we need next? What subject areas do you want to dig into? So we can start taking that input and building a set of agendas for future meetings. Okay, so hopefully that makes some sense. And Chelsea, I see your hand went up.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. And hopefully I'm sort of hitting on what you're asking for here. But when my mind goes to setting targets on rangelands, for instance, I immediately think about what practices are in the toolbox for land managers to move the needle on greenhouse gas fluxes and carbon sequestration. And I think that toolbox in my mind can at its core, I think there are additional practices, but at its core are, I think of the ones that are currently incentivized by the CDFA's Healthy Soils program, right? And I think that there's a really nice marriage there, hopefully that we can bring in between what's actually being incentivized to achieve these on the ground right now through that program. And others, like there's Restore California private incentive programs. These practices are being planned for widely through carbon farm plans with CCI and others, RCDs on the ground. And so my mind goes to sort of, okay, what practices do we have in our toolbox? What are the sort of expected sequestration rates or greenhouse gas mitigation targets for each of those, like through something like DASEN or Comet Planner? How can we, like, are those sufficient? Do we feel good about those? And I've been doing a lot of the work I've been doing is with Keith Pauschton and others at Colorado State, trying to really refine our estimates of these practices for rangelands in California. So, are we comfortable with the sort of estimates that are out there for what we think these practices will do? How do they vary across different scenarios, like different contexts? They're probably, for instance, going to, conceivably build more carbon in areas with higher clay content and cooler, wetter conditions. And then start like marrying that with potential acreages. And so, and then, you get into kind of like a paint by numbers approach there a little bit, but that's, I mean, like when I'm thinking about target setting, that's where my mind is immediately going for what it's worth. And so, when Adam, you were just talking, I was thinking a lot about the modeling you all have done thus far, and, whether it sounds like you all are thinking about adding in a lot of, adding in practices going forward. You've got some great feedback on that, lots of good ideas. Whether or not y'all have considered just sort of writ large adding in all of the CDFA Healthy Soils practices to these modeling efforts going forward, and just for us to be thinking about in this sort of committee for the working lands in particular, like rangelands and row crop systems and other cropland systems, how we can sort of build on what the state has already done with the Healthy Soils program and those practices.
Chelsea, sure we'll come back to some of these themes too. So thanks for all those comments. Marianne?
Yeah, thank you. I want to, I totally agree with what Chelsea just said. I think those were really good points and well articulated. And I want to get back to some of the earlier presentation, which I thought was really good, which is kind of defining, the goals at hand. And the first is, what do we need to do? And then how much of that do we need to do? And then how do we get here from there? And what Chelsea had just said, I think kind of, helps bring my mind around to where I was going with this as well, which is, what is the uncertainty that we're dealing with here? Because just generally, either target estimates or model outcomes that have less uncertainty associated with them are a better bang for the buck when you're implementing out there. And absolutely should be a rational driver of our recommendations for how do we get there from here. And so I know, Adam, you did an extraordinary job of explaining all that complex body of work that's out there already. And I'm not going to ask this question now, but or I'm going to ask it just conceptually, but just, what kind of uncertainty estimates are we dealing with? How comfortable are we feeling about uncertainty in our parameters, in our field collections and the data, all of that too. And, there's hundreds of pages of documentation that I haven't gone through in detail yet, but to me, that's a really important factor, because that rational decision-making should absolutely include the uncertainty when we're trying to get there too.
Great, thank you. Adam, do you want to respond, or do you want to respond to these at the end, since there's some questions that are specific to you?
To me, or?
Yeah, there was, Miriam was just asking a question about uncertainty and help, and Chelsea was asking questions around healthy soils practices being reflected in the modeling.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was gonna leave them hanging as comments, but yeah, I could address them. So in terms of the healthy soils practices that we modeled every healthy soils practices that the modeling was able to simulate. So for annual croplands, that was actually the majority of healthy soils practices. And for perennial agriculture, it was not very many. And then for rangelands, we mainly focused on this fuel reduction component, and or like fire break sort of stuff. In terms of uncertainty, that is an analysis that we are currently undertaking. I would say, yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty underneath all of these, all of this work, because the empirical data that drives the modeling is also very uncertain. So if we're talking about agriculture, for example, we want to know what's happening not only in places where we're funding, not just the Healthy Soils program, but also what's happening in those farms that are not in any of our programs, and understanding how those farms are managed is extremely hard, if not currently impossible. So there's that, and that's just one aspect. So there is uncertainty. We haven't quantified all of the uncertainty yet, but we're working on it.
May I just respond to that real quick? I'm sorry, Melissa and others, I see your hands up, but I just wanted to add a quick little conclusion to my comment. So Adam, thank you for that. And I was assuming that was the case too. And there's always a lot of uncertainty, and it's just something for this committee to consider is, determining sort of thresholds for acceptable uncertainty. Maybe that's not possible here, but just something to think about.
Melissa, over to you.
Yeah, sure. I think a lot of us are thinking on the same lines here right now, which is good. And on a similar vein, I'm just reading through these questions and trying to think at a high level across all these different habitats that we have represented. Things like, what are creative ways to fill data gaps, and what do we need? I think, at least from my perspective, there are multiple different habitats, some of which have been modeled somewhat well, some of which have been modeled somewhat poorly, and each of those are accompanied by their own unique problems. And what would be helpful to get our bearings about how to address these questions is like, what are the wants and what are the needs? Like, what level of spatial information do we need for each of these habitats? Annual, semi-annual, 5 years, 30 by 30 meter pic resolution? What about what emissions data are we missing from each habitat? You can envision some sort of state of the data for all of these models. And maybe some of the models we have now are pretty good. But we hear X, Y, and Z things that could make them a little bit better for forests, for example. But coming from the coastal wetland perspective, where we have very little information, we're pretty far away on a lot of those things. But I don't know what the wish and need lists look like and how far we've come on each of those lists for each habitat type to even quite be able to address yet, like how to fill those gaps. So anyway, that's just a sort of high level comment on understanding where we're at before we can develop a roadmap.
Yeah, that's a great question. Oh, Matt, do you want to hop in?
If you don't mind, I was going to jump in for a second. Yeah. So no, I really appreciate the question. Was what I want to lay out is kind of the vision that I've articulated to Adam and others for this space, and that's really baked in over a decade of doing the broader climate change planning and modeling work that we've done in California for the energy side, and how we can use some of the lessons we've learned there to think about what we need on the national working land side. And by that, I mean, every 5 years we go through and we update our climate change scoping plan. And really it's meant to be this high level document that says, what are we trying to do? How much do we need to do it? And who's going to be doing it? We've got this companion effort now that Amanda and the 1757 group is working on terms of the implementation targets and the climate smart strategies. But in order to be able to do this every 5 years, we need to be able to update these analysis tools, these models, to be able to say, what is the current state of information that we have on these lands? Where are they currently? And update the projection tools that we have to look going forward on information that we have about how they will change based on things like climate change and other factors that will affect them. There is always going to be uncertainty into this work, but the good news is that we have this 5-year cycle to be able to update all of these tools. And so my vision for the work that Adam is doing and that will come out of the recommendations from this committee is that we have a land-based modeling tool or tool set that we can use on a recurring basis every 5 years to do this analysis on what the future of lands look like and how our land management actions are affecting those lands. And we can update it and we can refine our carbon targets in our scoping plan and our work with CNRA on an ongoing basis. And that those tools improve over time and they become more integrated over time. Right now, we had to kind of create these silos of the individual land types. And so now, and like you said, there's varying different degrees of kind of, depth in each of these tools based on the data that we had. And my goal is that we can kind of bring them all up to a level that we think that is really, reduces the uncertainty and reflects the state of the science and the impact that these actions can have. And so to that end, this is all contingent upon, me having a team that's a little bit larger than just Adam. We're trying to get, more resources, the magnitude of this and build it over time. We have modeling tools that help us assess the input, the impact of the energy sector from deploying these strategies is going to be helpful for emissions and energy demand, short and long term needs. It's dynamic. It adjusts based on how we the levers on what the strategies are. Your expertise and update these modeling efforts to build that more cohesive modeling framework for the state of California to say what the supply and demand of energy will be. That if we're able to kind of really build this out, and I should say I use the analogy to the energy sector, which is what we do on energy and greenhouse gas modeling now is pretty comprehensive. We look at all of the energy demand across the state. We have these long list of abatement strategies for greenhouse gas emissions in the energy sector, and that we can deploy to kind of reduce that uncertainty and be more integrated across the different landscape types. And Adam, I don't know if you want to hop in. It's a large order that I've given him.
No, you got it.
That was super helpful context, actually. I also appreciate that everybody on the advisory committee here is playing a little bit of catch up, and it's going to require some patience on your end to get us up to speed. But that was super helpful. Thank you.
Laura, your hand's up.
Yeah, thanks. As I've said before, I'm just very grateful for all of the work that's been put into these modeling exercises. What they've accomplished is extremely complicated in a very short period of time as someone who works with these kinds of process-based models. And so there's always room for improvement, but the foundation is, I've been pretty impressed. So I'm looking forward to providing input and support as these things evolve. One question I had, well, I have two kind of comments or questions related to these bullet points. I think the models, as I'm familiar with them, are, quite good at thinking about the carbon and the greenhouse gas emissions, even though they have their failings. That's been a real target. And I guess I'm wondering how good these are at addressing this question about resilience and system resilience, and what we mean by that, and what we hope to achieve with these strategies vis-a-vis resilience. And when you're not modeling species, for example, it's very hard to think about biodiversity goals, for example, without sort of having some other kind of model, or at least mental model, about how you translate sort of ecosystem structure into habitat, into populations, into diversity, or something like that. So I guess I wanted to just raise the question of this other goal, this fostering resilience and adaptation, and whether we have those tool sets as well developed, and what's needed there. And the other thing I just wanted to comment on is, because this is going to be a, probably multi-decadal system building process, as Matt just alluded to, I guess I'd like to think about how we can approach the actions, activities, target setting, almost in an experimental context. I think we're going to just have to learn a lot along the way. And I'm wondering if, one way we approach some of the target setting exercise is, what are the kinds of experiments we need to see on the landscape to decide whether those are the right directions to scale? Because I think if we go, there is one argument to say, let's do the things we know can work, and we'll go big in that area. But it's also possible that there are surprises. I don't think anybody expected, 100 million trees to die a few years ago all at once, right? And so there are surprises that could really hit us. And I think there is value in a bit of a portfolio approach if we approach it with a perspective of learning and experimentation. So just two thoughts. And I think on the second thought, I think a big part of that is understanding what kind of tracking mechanisms, because you can't learn if you're not tracking and monitoring what outcomes are achieved. So.
Great. Yeah, I can just briefly address these questions. Okay, so in terms of resilience, yeah, right. So this is a, biogeochemical model. We're measuring, carbon, water, energy, nitrogen through the system. Resilience is sort of like a definition that we put on formations of structures and biodiversity, things like that. Yeah, right. We can't currently do biodiversity in our modeling. But, as we're building, if you go back to that laundry list of things that we would like to do, one of the things, well, two of the things is, number one, begin to model wall to wall. So then we are actually capturing that, that heterogeneity throughout the landscape. And then also incorporating other models. So I envision, we're still doing an ecosystem biogeochemical model, but then on top of that, there's some sort of biodiversity or habitat suitability model that somehow plugs in. That's my vision there. And then in terms of what experiments do we need? Yeah, we welcome all of you researchers, when you're writing proposals, to come talk to us and be like, what do you need to do your work? And we will tell you. Yes, agreed. We need experiments that actually inform exactly what we need to be able to do this work.
I guess I was thinking beyond, sorry, just to clarify, beyond like what an individual researcher would do in terms of experimentation, but even in some of the programs that are developed or targets that are set or priorities that are set, to like approach those with an experimental mindset, you know, to learn from things that we're actually doing, not like toy experiments, but like treating implementation as an experiment, because it is.
Right, yes. Tracking, very important. Yeah, agreed.
Great. Do you have a comment or question?
Two thoughts. One is, of course, CNRA does have some great databases and models. And I was thinking of how this can best be integrated with the wildlife habitat relationships work that CNRA has, because of this, you know, we can build it and they will come can be kind of our thought process from biodiversity, but we do have you know, the state does have some excellent data sets around biodiversity and relationships to habitats. And those habitats are have a much finer breakdown than what the 12 ecoregions are. Might be a bridge there to be worked with. And so the other thing is, in terms of priorities for our work, this goes back to the disaggregation between public and private. And Adam, I really appreciated your kind of contrast and compare with energy versus natural and working lands. Of course, one of the big differences is that so much of California's land base in the forest types at any rate, but also elsewhere, is under federal ownership and management. And while we can certainly provide money and have collaborative MOUs, both of which we have, our ability to direct what is going to happen on federal lands is distinctly less than what it is on private lands. And most of our incentive tools are really market-based for the private ownership. So from a priority perspective for the committee, and when you're looking at farms, it's clearly going to be private. How we manage our grazing lands, yes, there are leases on the federal side too, but would have a top priority in terms of implementation on the private land ownership side, where there is more ability to have the tools that exist be brought to bear in more time frame, in a better time frame. So that goes to this disaggregation of data between public and private by type that I hope we can begin to think about and access.
Thank you, Lori. Chelsea.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to plus one what Laura was saying. I think from Point Blue's perspective, you know, what we've learned over our 50 plus years and the conservation science implementation research world is that you know, getting that sort of adaptive planning and adaptive management at the program level, you know, can be really beneficial to the long-term success. So for us as a committee, just to be thinking about how we can make recommendations along those lines. And, you know, even from, we had, this is a small example, but we had a staff member who is just did a lot of work in the Marin area in relation to riparian restoration and doing some scenario planning, modeling carbon accrual with riparian restoration, and how that how different scenarios of implementation could help achieve the county's climate action plan. And compared scenarios where they just, you know, we planted all of the big streams first, followed by small streams. And then there's a business as usual scenario where we planted in proportion to previous restorations. And then there was an adaptive planning approach where where there would be some, you know, monitoring and learning by doing in terms of sort of a mixture of planting stream sizes over time and adapting as needed, and found that the adaptive planning approach, when going through these modeling scenarios, accrued the most carbon by 2045. And so just to say, I think that yeah, I just wanted to plus one that, and then also plus one this sort of all of the conversation around even if it's not explicitly through modeling, that we can bring in this sort of biodiversity or multi-benefit component on top of this mitigation aspect. But I think that there's a lot of expertise in the room that we can pull from, that we know on the ground there can be trade-offs between how you steward carbon, where you do it, and that we can pull into the conversation as we're making recommendations and thinking about things like acreage that's appropriate. One of the ones that comes to my mind is, right, that's I think talked about a lot is, okay, maybe we don't put compost on in serpentine grasslands, or maybe we don't plant oak trees in areas with thriving grassland breeding bird populations. And so I think even if that can't be modeled, my hope would be that as a committee, we can think about how to pull that information in that we all have into the recommendations that we make.
Thanks, Chelsea. Great points. Christy.
My comments to speak to the questions on the slide. The first is just to echo what Lori and others have said about really appreciate the approach of not focusing on the carbon, but focusing on what do we want these systems to look like. I think that it just makes it so much easier for all of us and is really the right way to go. Matt was talking earlier, the Matt who's on the committee, Matt, about sort of the human co-benefits, and in terms of that and informing our work around implementation targets, it would be helpful for me, and maybe I'm behind on my reading. So maybe once I've read the full Appendix I will no longer have this question, but maybe to have a little bit more information about the economic modeling and how to make sure that as we think about implementation strategies, we're effectively thinking through what the human community co-benefits of different strategies might be. And then just two other quick things. I think it was also Lori that was talking about uncertainty, and then Lara was definitely talking about an adaptive management approach with the targets. And I think towards that end, it would be good to understand where the uncertainty is coming from in the models. I'm sure there's a lot of it, but what's reducible versus irreducible uncertainty, so that we can think about how we might get at some of that long-term in how we measure. And then this also, the last one may also be out of my temporary ignorance for not being caught up on my reading, but given the timeline, I don't think any of us want to waste time. And it feels like there's a huge amount of work that's already been done. And so once I read all that, I'm just wondering if one other piece that we might want as we move forward is just a quick thing of like, look, these are the things that are already set. We've already picked a scenario. We already have our overall target. We want you to work on implementation targets, and then the tools that are in your toolbox are the veg types. That's not what you call them, but whatever, we're calling the chunks of carbon on the landscape, the suite of management actions. And then I can't remember what the slide was called, but the levers, like you can incentivize, or you can pass this law or do this policy, just so that we're focused in the right places from the beginning, not wasting time sort of getting into the weeds or litigating things that really have already been decided or aren't going to be helpful. So those were my thoughts.
Thanks, Christy. Those are really great and comprehensive thoughts. Debbie, you're up next.
Thanks. Yeah. So in thinking about this conversation and your questions and the bullet points here, I'm having a hard time separating your very first bullet point, how do we set implementation targets? And then the second to last one is what information and analysis is critical to inform the development of these targets. So in my mind, it's hard for me to separate those. It's like, what do we need to inform how we set the implementation targets. And so this process so far on this call is really reminding me, in some ways, it's reminding me of the climate action plan process that I was involved in or have been involved in Monterey County, and, you know, asking a lot of the same questions, you know, what are the carbon sinks? What are the, you know, where are we losing carbon? Where are we gaining carbon? What are the different practices that can be used? And really what is achievable with the different practices that could be used to achieve targets. And so one thing we did with the Monterey County Climate Action Plan was we separated it into farmland, which was like, you know, row crops, and then vineyards, and then rangeland. And so we had these kind of three groups that were working to try to like get information for the county to really think about these questions. And so I was involved in the rangeland group, and we had a big workshop, I think it was in September, and we had a bunch of people come and speak to help inform the county, help inform their decisions or what's going to go into their climate action plan. And so we had some really great speakers at that meeting, and I guess I just wanted to highlight two of the speakers. And I don't know, this kind of gets at that second to last question there, like what information, or even the last question, like what areas would you want to take a deeper dive into? So I'm sorry, I know I'm kind of jumping the gun here, but it's all kind of connected in my mind. So I just wanted to point out, at that meeting we had Toby O'Gene from UC Davis gave a talk about basically, you know, soil carbon dynamics. And then he did a bit of an analysis based on, you know, existing research out there on several, I think he looked at 5 of the different healthy soils practices. And based on the existing research and what we know about soil carbon dynamics, what is realistically achievable based on those different practices that, you know, are being used right now. So I thought that was a really valuable presentation and kind of like summary analysis of what we know to date about specifically rangeland practices that may sequester carbon. So I want to throw that out as a topic that we might want to have a special, you know, presentation on potentially. And also related to rangelands, Frank Mitlerner is another professor at UC Davis, a cooperative extension person, and he does a lot with greenhouse gas emissions from cattle and methane cycling on rangelands. And so I think having this whole group have a little bit more knowledge about both of those things could be helpful as we think through what targets are achievable and practical based on those things. So those are just 2 ideas to share.
Thanks so much. We jotted those down. Nathaniel.
Thanks, Christy, for sharing that. That got me thinking of a few questions that I have, or help kind of clarify some questions in my mind. And I also haven't finished my reading homework, so if these are answered in there, I apologize. But my question is about the community co-benefits, and specifically, where would we find out about one, what sort of climate change threats have been identified to specific communities, so that we could overlay those with appropriate prioritization with regard to implementation. And 2, is there any information that's come out of the Healthy Soils program about efficiencies with regard to the implementation or I guess stories or ideas that have come out with regard to the how farmers have been able to implement those practices as it regards to their socioeconomics or their location within the state or their crops or any of the other factors that might would normally create some sort of disparity in implementation. or advocacy.
Thanks for that question, Nathaniel. I will have to go back and check with our Healthy Soils program team, but thank you for asking it, and it's noted.
I'll just touch real quick upon, where you can find community level impacts from the scoping plan assessment. So this is something actually we're working towards. So our health impact assessment was primarily focused on wildfire emissions and how that impacts communities on the large scale. So I would say we are currently working on how we can sort of disaggregate that down to like a community level. In the overall scoping plan, we have what's called a community vulnerability metric, which is new for the scoping plan. Currently, it's focused on anthropogenic emissions and how those affect communities. So that will not be in your Appendix I, that will be in another appendix. But we're working on figuring out how to incorporate natural and working lands and get the assessment good enough so you can actually zoom into communities. So thanks for the question.
Great. Are there other questions or comments at this point, maybe about this kind of top group of questions? If not, I'd like to slowly transition us to these bottom two questions about, and I know some of you have already touched on it and are moving through all the different questions, which is great, but I would love to get some feedback on other sort of information or analysis critical to informing the development of targets, or other subject areas you want to dig into. This will really be helpful for us as we think about, the next agenda items for the 2023 meetings, and kind of can work as a team about the structure for the rest of the year. So any input on those two questions specifically would be really helpful. Carrie, over to you.
Thank you. So you said we were moving on from the top 4 questions. I just had one comment or a question to Adam Moreno on point number 3 about creative ways to fill in the data gaps. If you are able to list out the areas where you are seeing data gaps in your modeling, or if it's across the board, that's fine too. But just that knowing both that and also where in the models that you're using, you're seeing some dynamic sensitivity where you could use more data to help reduce the uncertainty of the outcome. That would help us, I think, as a committee to think through the creative ways to deal with data gaps.
Great.
That's it.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. Melissa?
I was just going to second that. I think that some of it is that the committee will probably need to go home and do a little bit of reading, but I also think that any explicit identification of key data gaps and needs would help everybody to conceptualize that.
Yeah, thank you. Any other thoughts on, maybe if we're still on these top questions, things people want to share?
Can I interrupt really quick?
Yeah,
Jen?
of course,
Sorry.
of course.
I think I have this straight, but maybe I'm reading too deeply into this first question. It seems like most of these other questions are about like needs, gaps analysis, scientific priorities. But the phrasing of this first question, like how do we set implementation targets? Should part of this committee's goal be to set those targets, or are we more looking on the back end about how the models are doing? Like, how are we coming up with numbers that says like, here's our target? Or is that a yes?
I'm sorry, I got off mute too quick, but
oh, no worries.
The answer is yes. That would be really helpful, because we've got a call in the legislation to develop these implementation
I think,
Did we
Rhonda,
lose
are
her?
you still there?
I can stand in. So,
Can you hear me?
oh, she's back.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
can
Yeah, go
now.
ahead.
I'm so sorry, you guys. Zoom just like unexpectedly quit.
No worries.
What I was trying to say is that, as you know, the resources agency is tasked with coming up with these implementation targets with help from this committee and in collaboration from this committee. And so, yes, we are absolutely looking for your thoughts on, you know, what's the best approach to developing those implementation targets? How do we think about them? You know, I think, Christy, despite your comment about being sort of behind, I thought your characterization of the work ahead was just super spot on. So, you know, we've got all this work that's been done to date. How do we get from here to there? What are the targets that we should be setting across all of those different landscape types to get us to that carbon stock target? So yes, we are looking for as specific as you all can get.
And I want to add something here too. And you know, I'm not trying to denigrate my own work here, but nobody really understands what a carbon stock target is. You know, if I go out there and I start talking to people, you know, California set this carbon stock target. It's like, great. What does that actually mean? What am I supposed to do, and how much of it am I supposed to do, and how am I going to pay for it, and what are some of the problems I'm going to face in doing that work to try and get to this level? And that's what we need to kind of define here in this effort, is giving some clarity to both our state and private partners, and, you know, to some extent even the feds, on kind of the level of action and how we're going to and what kind of metrics we're going to use. People understand acres, they understand dollars, they understand specific actions that need to happen and timelines. And so, you know, providing that clarity is really helpful. And then it gives us the ability to say on the back end, are we making progress towards those acres or to those levels of investment? And you know, as Amanda pointed out in her earlier presentation, we had kind of provided some of that, you know, as an example in the scoping plan, as a way to go from a carbon stock, you know, nebulous concept that people, you know, are going to have a hard time, you know, really connecting with, to actual implementation. What does it mean in terms of acres or in terms of dollars? And then to your question about like all these other pieces about modeling and filling the gaps in modeling needs, you know, like I said earlier, we're trying to build this framework that is repetitive, or that's kind of recurring over time. And that's the longer term. Like, we want to improve the models, and so we can improve the carbon stock targets, so we can come back and improve the implementation targets over time. And so there's a kind of a short term and a long term need that we're really talking about here, getting your help on.
We'll see.
Yeah, so this is all really helpful to, be hearing what other folks are thinking and the questions that are coming up, and hearing everybody's answers. And I guess I would ask, you know, so where my mind is going is like hearing sort of the team's responses. It's almost like, in my mind, the next meeting or the next couple of meetings would be really helpful. I think I might offer this and see if others agree, to almost spend time for each land type. I mean, it seems like we have subject matter experts, you know, that have expertise for most, if not all, of the land types that are included in this effort. And so having sort of designated time where we're prepared to summarize, you know, what's the status, like with the latest and greatest information that we have, what's the status of these, you know, ecosystems in relation to mitigation and adaptation? What are the threats? What do we know are the threats? What are the opportunities, and what are the trade-offs? And I'm sort of offering that as an idea to the group, because I think what that could do is help us. I'm not an expert in some of these other land types, but I am on rangelands. That's what I think all day, every day about. And so maybe if we can spend the next meeting sharing with each other what we know about the status of these systems in relation to these different categories, that can bring us all up to speed, and we can sort of hopefully have a more level playing field when we're thinking about all of those key components that I just said, everything from the status to the, you know, threats, opportunities, and trade-offs. that we can then use going forward to continue refining what we would make recommendations for regarding targets.
Yeah, thanks, Chelsea. John?
I would also, in terms of the analysis needs, go back to what's been said already. In terms, to me, the uncertainty analysis is by far would be the most informative thing, to just see where within all of those various models, what parameters we really are very confident about, which ones are where there are major uncertainties, and then also not just parameter uncertainty, but thinking about how the models, how uncertainties are combined as through the models, so that there's compound uncertainty, because that sometimes is much more of a challenge than just looking at individual parameters with big complex models. So both those issues of parameters and sort of how uncertainty is combined and compounded throughout the models.
Great, thanks, John. Harry.
Thank you. So to the first question about what information analysis is critical, one thing that would be really helpful, I think, for our committee is to understand potential conflicts, or I don't know if that's the right word, but interactions among different policies in the state that might limit or enhance the implementation across different regions. And the one that comes to mind at the moment, I don't know if there's anybody on the line that can speak to this now, but maybe we have at a future meeting, about the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and how it might affect implementation in some of the southern regions of our state. And then also to think about, for our implementation efforts, the effect of geography on implementation of practices to meet targets. And so what I mean there, as a soil scientist, is I'm thinking about soil attributes that affect the capacity to stabilize the organic matter that we're adding in through different practices across our ecosystems and the scoping plan. However, there's the piece about equity. So, that interaction between equity and access versus where these practices might work best to meet our scoping plan targets. Well, I guess there's an interaction there that maybe they're not going to meet. They'll meet somewhere in the middle, or, we'll talk about and figure it out. But those are some things that were coming up that would be helpful to inform our development of targets as we move forward. Even though I understand from Matt Botil and from Adam that we're supposed to be thinking more like aspirational targets, or, thinking about things outside of these other limitations. So that's my comment. And I appreciate everybody else's comments also during this time, and I'm in agreement with them. I'm trying to find my mute.
Well, I appreciate your comment and everyone else's too. This is really fruitful for us. Anything else that people want to share that they haven't yet, speaking really to any of these questions, but specifically like other subject matters or information you need to kind of keep moving this conversation along and providing recommendations for us. And maybe to this last point, obviously we've heard about different guest speakers and policy areas to dig into, but is there any other sort of effective way we could provide this information?
We have some graphs. No, I mean, I'm being a little silly here. It's like 2:55, but it would be, I would love to see some of the model outputs and some of the nitty-gritty, but just to see where some of the difficulties or the I'm being a little silly. I'll step back. But
No,
I love
that's
graphs.
great.
More graphs.
I'm sure Adam would love if you read the Natural and Working Lands appendix of the scoping plan. So
well, we also put a spreadsheet out with the overall outcome. So there is
I saw the spreadsheets. Yeah, I saw the spreadsheets for sure. Yeah.
Of course, there's like terabytes and terabytes of data underneath spreadsheets as well. So
thanks, Adam. I thought I saw Will pop up for a second, but I don't know if he stepped out.
I was just agreeing with you, but again, I would like to see the output too, because these models, particularly the Reese model, is something new. It looks like.
Yeah. Laura.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just wanted to weigh in a little bit on the comment about uncertainty and where things are, where uncertainty is coming from, and just highlight that I think this goes to William's point as well. You know, I wonder if there's value. I don't know if there is. This is really a question in sort of assessment of the modeling strategy as it is now, and input toward not just, you know, what parameter uncertainty expert opinion would say is needed, but also the structural uncertainty in these models. So like if you aren't representing a certain key process, or, and I think you've already talked to, you know, the modeling folks have already talked to some of this, but and there is ongoing development, but it sort of raises this question of like, how do you set targets if the projections that you have are based on models that are missing key attributes that would allow you to have confidence that that target should include, you know, a particular practice. And so I don't have a good sense of how well vetted, I guess, the modeling crowd thinks the models that they're using are, in terms of including all the most important first order processes. I don't think we need to worry, you know, if all the first order things are there, if we take the, you know, kind of a learning approach to all of this, and iterative approach. But if there are places where there's, you know, where the modeling group had to do the best they could, but feel like there are some first order processes missing, I guess I wonder if there's a role for this group to sort of help assess that and characterize that even qualitatively on the uncertainty side, because you can't do parameter sensitivity if a process isn't there. So it's a little bit in the weeds, I guess, but in terms of the information analysis critical to inform development of targets, I feel like a key part of it is whether we feel we can rely on the projections that have been developed and go forth from there, or if we feel like there are some first order flaws that would mean we'd need to kind of take a different approach or take a complementary approach and see if it leads in the same direction.
I was gonna just jump in really quickly, and I'm hearing you all on kind of doing some more detailed digging into the models and the assumptions and kind of like what's baked into them and how the inputs to those models result ultimately in kind of the carbon and the greenhouse gas outcomes that come on the outside of outside of the models or output out from the models. And so we'll take this back, and I think we'll strategize on how we can bring that information to the committee, because I totally think it's warranted. But I just want to flag just a kind of a piece on the uncertainty. And that is, like, there will always be this, right? Like, there will always be some measure of uncertainty into these models. And what we're, really interested in is, in particular, part of these climate planning efforts, is figuring out how to minimize it, but also identify the appropriate directionality of the actions that we need to take. And are we within the ballpark on the magnitude, and we have the right directionality on these actions? And does that give us enough as policymakers to be able to say, like, yes, this is the thing that we need to pursue, or is the uncertainty so high that we need to pull back and say maybe that's not the right strategy because we need more data, or we need more science, or we need to do another modeling run or something like that? And that's where we really hope that you all can also be helpful, because we're going to have to continue to work on these models, but we don't want to just sit around and say, we're not going to take some form of action or set some ambitious targets because we've got some concerns about uncertainty. 15 years ago, there was all kinds of questions about whether we could hit our 2020 greenhouse gas mitigation target. and everybody was really worried about the deployment on the infrastructure, about the costs, about the vehicle availability. And we ended up hitting it 4 years early. So, you know, like those uncertainties, we will kind of take them as they come, but we want to be, you know, cognizant of the fact that we can set some ambitious targets and work towards those as a state.
Lori, do you want to chime in? And then Amanda, I think you want to respond to a couple comments.
Yeah, actually, I think what Matt said is just right in the direction that I was headed. But again, going back to the natural and working lands plan that Resources has put out and that Amanda identified earlier, there is a suite of what I would call no regrets implementation steps in there. And I am extremely appreciative of the discussion on the uncertainty in modeling, and particularly the larger the scale, the greater the uncertainty. And California is 100 million acres, so that's a big scale. And trying to get data that's, you know, relatively current, but across that scale is always a challenge. And models are never real life. So taking that, if we are looking at directionality and no regrets actions and complementing that with what is scalable and looking at where there have been experiments about the impact of those no regrets actions. And we know they're scalable. That to me seems to be one way to start to prioritize investments and have a sense of the scale of impact. There have been while we are expanding the systems in which we're doing research, and you know, in that regard, there's still some excellent stuff on both, you know, coastal wetlands, mountain meadow wetlands, a variety of forest types. Good bit of work on, you know, not necessarily really long term, but a good bit of work on how soils respond to different treatments and inputs. Where we have those no regrets and we've got data in case study approaches around that, that to me would seem to be something that we could really begin to knit together here and tie back to what the state has already identified, because it's done a good bit of work in these natural and working land systems. And I would urge us to think about having a matrix that identified those no regrets actions, the scale available, where we know we have data. And I recognize that this does not do a direct crosswalk into the modeling that's been done to date, but it takes us down to a different level of implementation. And I just put that out there as a potential way to help organize some of what we're thinking about.
Thanks, Lori. Amanda, I'll pass it to you for
thanks. I'll be very quick. I did just want to flag for the group, you know, some of the question. Well, first of all, this has been a really incredible conversation, so thank you. I thought it would be helpful to just kind of flag that we've got, you know, part of the reason that we're asking these questions about, you know, modeling and analysis is, you know, we have this short-term deadline of January 1, 2024, but we're going to be doing, we have a deadline of the scoping plan in 2027, but we're going to be doing this work all along the way. You know, we've got the deadline of 2025 for the climate smart land strategy. And so we're going to be thinking about what you all tell us and in this conversation and subsequent conversations to think about where we make investments for modeling and for analysis for each of those 3 different timelines and beyond. So I just wanted to kind of put all those pieces together in case it's helpful for you all in thinking about the kind of, you know, how to answer and approach these questions.
Yeah, great point. Carrie, over to you.
Thanks. So I'm responding to Matt's comment about uncertainty, but also wanted to emphasize that I'm in agreement with Lori's comment and also about utilizing current case studies in order to bolster some of the no regret actions if they aren't, you know, well modeled in the current scope of work. And I think that also speaks to the comment from Will about how decent, it doesn't really work very well for fertigation practices, but we can see evidence empirically that there are practices that reduce emissions around our agricultural landscape. So, we should make sure those are recognized. But what I was thinking about with respect to the uncertainty conversation and implementation is that, so maybe two questions. One is that or maybe a comment here about the uncertainty is that growers are, there's some studies out there from California looking at what growers are able, what level of uncertainty they were willing to take actions on the landscape around climate data. So if they had a 25% certainty of something happening, and that was fine, they could still make long-term plans based on that information about climate. And so I was thinking about that with respect to our actions as a committee, and also like how does this information go forward to whomever is going to use it next. And so maybe we need to think about that, like what's an acceptable amount of uncertainty, and how are we going to spend a lot of time worrying about that, or should we step forward with our with no regrets actions. I think also just what would be helpful to me is understanding, once we move through this, who is going to be using our comments, how long will they be in use, who's going to leverage any sort of documentation we put forward, and that I think that will also inform how we approach this. I know that it was in the invitation and we talked about it, but it's maybe at a granular level as we move along that will help us decide how to move forward. So. And I can, that paper that I was referring to is by Kripa Jagannathan, and it just came out in the last 2 years. In 2020, she looked at uncertainty in agricultural systems and how farmers use climate information. So.
Debbie?
Thanks, yeah. So I'm also behind on my reading. I think I heard someone else say that. So these next two questions that I asked may already be answered. And I'm sorry, I feel like I keep veering off exactly what you're asking for, but I just kind of want to take a step back, because I know when I, go back to the cattlemen's and cattlewomen's associations and my counties are going to ask about, this bill and this target setting. And I think two of the questions that I will probably be asked about the target setting process is, once the targets are set and some, implementation practices are identified, will those practices be voluntary for ranchers, or will there be some kind of requirement? And will there be financial incentives to implement the practices? And I don't know if you can answer either of those questions, but I know I'm going to get those questions.
Debbie, maybe I can take a crack at answering, which is just to say, the slide where we put up sort of all the various levers to be pulled to drive change, and build out an implementation pathway. They're sort of all available to us, and I think that's part of our job in the next year, is to be thinking about what we can and want and need to do, with input from relevant partners, of how we can most effectively get there in the time frame that science tells us we need to get there. So I don't have an answer off the top of my head, but just to say, like, we're very open and understand very clearly that particularly in this sector, it is up to all of the land managers in California. And so, we can't just mandate how people, manage all of their lands. There's got to be a level of, this sector is just different in that way. So I think we're going to look at every single tool we have, but knowing that this is a sector that's just got more complexity than some of the other sectors we work on to deliver climate benefits.
Okay, so I want to move to public comment soon, but I do want to give space for any final thoughts on specific information needed, subject areas you want a deeper dive on, anything like that, that people want to share in the last couple minutes here. Or any questions my state colleagues want to pose to the group as a kind of closing out of this discussion. Okay, I'm not seeing anything, but we have a lot to work with here, which is great. And we already have some thoughts on, things that might be helpful to gather for you all at the next meeting, potentially in between meetings, things like that, to kind of help get us moving and reaching these many different deadlines that Amanda laid out. So I think I'm going to move us now to the public comment portion of this item. So again, this is public comment related to the scoping plan, the modeling in the scoping plan, and the target setting approach for AB 1757. This is also an opportunity. Let's start with public comment on that, but this is also an opportunity to provide general public comment that's not related to this item, but just kind of generally this meeting and the expert advisory committee. So let me see, we already have a few things in the queue here. So Pelayo, you're up first.
Yes, thank you. I may have missed it because I had to step away for a few minutes, but I haven't heard anything about land conversion and how the recent trends in land conversion in California are gonna affect the models and the targets that you're trying to set up.
Thanks, Pelayo. I'm sorry, was anyone trying to respond?
I mean, I guess I can respond real quick. Yeah. Well, at least for the scoping plan. So yeah, land use change was taken into account to the extent that we could. With the fourth California climate change assessment, there was a projection of how land use changes may occur. And so we incorporated those projections as much as we could. So a lot of that is in agricultural lands and deserts. That's mainly where it got implemented into our modeling. But we're looking to bolster that piece of our analysis. So thanks for the question.
Okay, and next up, Karen.
Hello, I have some comments on thinning. So thinning is not all equal. Some thinning can be quite conservative, and some thinning is commercial and may even be involve the removal of large trees. So it seems like to me that has implications for modeling. How do you model something like that? It also has implications for goals. I mean, is thinning moving us forward or not? It certainly isn't if it's involving the removal of large trees. That's reducing diversity, reducing carbon. So I guess that's an issue for me. I think the goals should prioritize the eventual increase in the amount of carbon that's stored. And it's troubling to me that our goal results in less carbon than if we were just doing business as usual. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Karen. Jan, or I might not be pronouncing your name correctly, but yeah, if you can introduce yourself and provide your public comment, that'd be great.
Thank you so much, and I'm very excited and really impressed with this is the superpower committee. I would just want to I'm director of the Dietrich Institute for Applied Insect Ecology. Insects have not been studied enough in their contribution to carbon sequestration. But our overall perspective is the importance of somehow characterizing biodiversity. It's the biggest determinant of the productivity of the liquid carbon pathway in any ecosystem. It's not just microbial food webs, it's the birds as well. At Piscinus Ranch, we were just there for a 3-day workshop with Nicole Masters, and the vineyardist said it was the birdigation that made the gave the grapevines their high Brix levels. Again, whoever it was said that there's a world of resources out there among implementers. That is amen to that. Yeah, so all these contributors are different in every ecosystem for what is stimulating and what is limiting the photosynthetic productivity, and therefore the carbon exudates and how well they are penetrating compaction layers and so on. It just seems really necessary to, even if it's a very rough characterization, we must characterize these ecosystems by their biodiversity. And this is proposed in the framework of the people in France. And I'm particularly direct you to Theronde, T-H-E-R-O-N-D et al. 2017. The agroecologists at INRAE are working on what you're working on. And the other really creative work in this area, we feel, is that of Wild Farm Alliance. They have been characterizing biodiversity on organic farms in order to comply with the National Organic Standard for Conservation. And I will send more on this perspective, but I want to, there's uncertainty in everything, and we still have to move forward with finding out what is the limiting factor that's holding back what that ecosystem wants to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Let's move to Tom.
Thank you for the opportunity. This is Tom Conlon here in Sonoma. And I appreciate the hard work that's going into this, that's gone in before. And I want to just begin with a little of my perspective. I began my career as an applied anthropologist in the 80s, working on the organic food standards, what ultimately became the food standards, and moved into the building energy efficiency space. So I appreciate Matt Botel's comments about, you know, the analogy to the work that really has been very expertly done in the energy sector, where we have rigorous evaluation, measurement, and verification protocols, and that we're really at the very earliest stages of developing something like that here. I'm going to probably differ with some of my friends in the agricultural community on some of this, but it feels like I really need to underscore Dr. Kuiper's comments about going big on what we know works, baby steps elsewhere, and that tracking and verification is just absolutely critical if we're going to be redirecting large amounts of state money to achieving what we know to be really important goals. So yes, a number of you emphasized first order processes first. We need to fix the first order flaws first. And so I'm excited that this committee has been formed and is going to be digging into these targets. In the energy efficiency world, we have a process of technology assessment, which relies on sort of 3 levels of determining feasibility potential. You know, there's the initial theoretical technical feasibility, but then there's also what's economically feasible and ultimately operationally implementable. And that needs to be taken into account in this space as well. I want to remark on Adam's finding that something like 85% of the land is in forests and extensive working lands. But what I'm hearing in this committee to date, I think, is 85% of the effort seems to be focused on the farm space. And I don't think that's the right way to be setting carbon targets for the state. As for data gaps, I thank you, Adam, for acknowledging the uncertainty, actually the overestimation of carbon that is lost from ecosystems during wildfire. I think that's something this committee should look at carefully. And that's, as Adam explained, that's largely the result of the inadequacy of satellite-based estimation methods. I've been looking, in terms of targets, I've been looking at recently a paper, Erb et al. 2018, that quantifies the potential vegetation of the planet. This is a global level analysis. That's something like 920 petagrams of carbon with and that the current vegetation level is about 450. And I'm not sure how the state's numbers compare to that, but the concern is that we would be aiming at these potentially boutique niche implementation measures while missing sort of the forest, working on trees, but missing the forest, if I can stretch that analogy. So I do think we really need to have a kind of a comprehensive protocol approach to this important area. I also think it's important to acknowledge the political context within which this committee now exists. You know, the history of this legislation is that advocates tried to force specific targets under AB 2649, but the legislature in its wisdom pulled back because there really wasn't sufficient scientific basis for specific targets. You know, there are sort of quantitative 4% reduction target in there, but I think it's also it's a very modest thing to say that we will be digging a little bit more slowly this hole that we've dug for ourselves over the last couple hundred years. I'm also pretty disappointed about the organic farming goal being only 20% by 2045. When I was in college, we knew that soil organic matter was a beneficial thing. And for us to be saying organic techniques would only be appropriate for 20% of the state's agriculture by 2045 strikes me as being a very arbitrary, frankly, a political target rather than a scientifically driven target. Yes, combined uncertainty is a problem, Mr. Callaway, I agree with that. And policy conflicts like Sigma, Dr. Steenworth, that also makes sense to me too. So you got your work cut out for you. We are behind you out here in the community. We're cheering you on to do this work well, but it's going to be a long slog to get there. So I look forward to the next meeting. Thank you for your consideration of my comments today.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any other public comments related to either item 6, anything covered in item 6, or any general public comment related to AB 1757 and this committee? Lori, I see you have your hand up.
I just noticed that there was a comment from Jeannie Merrill in the Q&A, and I wondered if you could address that, please.
There is no Q&A enabled, so I'm not sure where you saw that comment.
Well, it's enabled on my computer and I'll read it.
I see it
Oh,
too.
really?
Okay,
Oh,
can the committee recommend a different carbon stock target and or different total acres reached, etc.? So I think if we could answer her, I think that'd be great.
I
Well,
just
I'll-
wanted,
Can you
I
read
wanted
it
to
again,
inject,
please?
Jen and
Yeah.
Amanda, I'm sorry that was left enabled on the general side. I'll provide an output on the report of the Q&A later. Okay.
Great, thanks, James. Lori, just for the group, can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Can the committee recommend a different carbon stock target and or different total acres reached, comma, etc.?
Yeah, I'd love to take a crack at this, and then if anyone else wants to weigh in, please do. The answer is yes and no, or maybe no and yes. So we are not looking for the committee to change the carbon stock target. What we're really looking for is to look at those implementation targets that were put out in the scoping plan, just like Jeannie just mentioned, kind of acres, how many acres per organic ag, or et cetera. Like those are sort of illustrative. Those were in the scoping plan to give people a sense of the scale of what is required to get to that sort of mysterious carbon stock target. And we're really focused on those targets. So yes, that is exactly what we want your input on, is what should those actually be? And the state will then, we are going to be looking to adopt those January 1, 2024. We got a lot of feedback from people that, wow, that's really excessive in one landscape. I don't think we can get there. That's not less feasible versus, hey, I think you could actually go further in this other landscape. So getting the committee's help in understanding, how do we balance things out so that we're ambitious, but also achievable in those implementation targets, as we're calling them, by landscape.
Jeannie, I did see your hand up before, so if we're not capturing anything, please jump in too. Okay, your hand's up, so go for it. I think you can unmute now, Jeannie, if you're.
Oh, sorry, thought I was unmuted. Thanks so much. I really appreciate the time of the committee and taking the back and forth on that question. I think I just wanted to clarify a little bit more, Amanda, your response on, I understand looking at acre targets per landscape type and trying to, understand what's feasible there. But there were things that weren't included in the overall modeling. So as just one example, looking at, I don't believe soil carbon stocks in perennial systems were included as just one example in the overall sort of carbon net loss modeling effort. So in the course of doing this additional modeling to sort of understand implementation paths in various landscape types, that may actually also inform ultimately what the overall carbon stock target might be. And I don't believe there's anything in the legislation that would limit this committee from suggesting a different target than what's in the scoping plan. In fact, I think the bill was really intended to go beyond what the scoping plan is doing. So I wanted to just better understand the relationship between the modeling to inform the implementation pathways and an overall carbon stock target. Because I think both are feasible as guided in the legislation. So welcome your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that we're thinking about this is, we can come up with targets that meet or exceed the carbon stock target. And I think that's where the bill's reference to, a range of ambitious targets is giving us that flexibility. So where you all believe, hey, there is a credible this particular practice that maybe wasn't modeled, either because it can't be modeled right now, just because it can't be, or because it wasn't, because we didn't have the resources this first time around. But this committee feels confident that it can deliver credible climate benefits, and we should count it, and we should include it, and we should push for it through targets. I think that's fair game.
Oh, great. That's really helpful. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Sorry, we didn't see the Q&A, but I think we covered a good amount of them, or both of them. Any other public comment on item 6 or general public comment? If not, we will move on to our last item, and do some closing comments. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so James, if you can flip to the next slide, thanks. Okay, so as we mentioned at the top of the meeting, we have several resources on our nature-based solutions page housed within the resources agency. This is the URL. We will also send it around to the committee members. But this is where you'll find bios for all of the committee members, where we will be posting agendas for future meetings. And also where we, as of this morning, just opened up the solicitation for tribal representatives to be part of this committee. So please take a look at all of that, and please share the tribal solicitation. It is open for the next couple months. We will also be in touch with you all committee members very soon on some follow-up from this meeting, any readings or information that we think might be helpful, but also a proposed meeting schedule and agendas for future meetings. So that will be coming soon from us to the committee members. For everyone on the line, we're going to, of course, post this recording and post the slides once we've made them ADA compliant. So stay tuned and look at this webpage for more information and resources from this meeting. I do want to give a big thanks to our note takers that are on the line, especially for this last hour of very, very rich and interesting discussion. It will be really helpful for all of us to go back and watch the recording and read the notes and things like that. So appreciate all of that. We will send probably some follow-up related to some of the Bagley-Keene and Form 700 and process things that Heather Leslie from our agency shared. And I think those are kind of my main next steps. I will say to all committee members, you have my email, and please feel free to reach out to any of us individually if you have follow-up questions between this meeting and the next one. I know we shared a lot today, so please just keep us posted if there's anything that comes to you after you have some time to digest the conversation. I think I'm going to pause there and turn it over to Amanda or Matt or Virginia to say any closing comments, but just do want to thank our committee members for being part of this process and spending so much time with us today as we try to sort of level set and set the stage for the next several months of our discussions. And a special thanks also to all of our state colleagues on the line, members of the public, key partners. It was really helpful to have your comment and input along the way today. So I'm done, and Amanda, Matt, or Virginia, pass it over to you.
All right, well, we'll go in alphabetical order, which you went into naturally. So I will be very quick and just say, I want to reiterate what Jen just said about please feel free to follow up, because what we just walked through today is work that the state team that you're hearing from has been working on for like 2 years intensely. And so even though I know you're experts in your field, like how it all fits together and all the pieces and what do we have resources for versus what don't we, it's a lot. And so I just want to express my appreciation for your willingness to take a whole Friday and be hit in the face with all of this information with a lot of grace and intellect that we are really excited to learn from. So just thank you so much for everything today. It was a wonderful conversation, and I'm grateful to all of you. Matt, over to you.
Same, just really thanks for the time. I know it's a big commitment. And then I'll just close by saying, I know Adam and I are really excited about more people reading the appendix and the scoping plan. So that's great news. Virginia, over to you.
You two covered it very well. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here and giving us all of this time today.
Have a good one, everyone. Enjoy 25 extra minutes of your day.
Happy Friday. Bye, everyone.
Carrie has a quick comment.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I have a quick question because of what Amanda said about all the moving parts. That if there's moving parts you think we need to know about from this discussion today, could they be posted publicly somewhere, either on this nature-based solutions webpage or something like that, if we're so inclined to go look at that? Not a big lift. I'm not asking you to put a ton of stuff out there, but if you think there's key items that we're missing, I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, and I think that's a good flag. I mean, and maybe we will circle back on getting like a resources email or something out to you all that also gets posted on the website so that everybody has access to it. That way it keeps things simple for everybody on the committee.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Have a great weekend, everyone. Thanks again for joining us. Bye.